Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Peak Fanfiction, presenting to you today, what if Naruto discovered he was the lost brother of Sirzechs Lucifer and inherited the throne of the Underworld? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Seal That Remembers. The mission report was boring. Naruto knew it was boring because he'd read the first 3 lines 4 times and still couldn't tell you what it said. Something about a minor chakra disturbance near the eastern border. Something about patrol rotations. Something about requisitioning a new storage scroll for the archives because the old one had gotten singed during a training accident involving Konohamaru and a wind jutsu he absolutely wasn't ready for yet. He set the report down, rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands, and stared at the ceiling of his office like it owed him something. Outside, Konoha hummed with the particular energy of late afternoon, merchants closing stalls, kids racing home before dinner, the distant thwack of someone still at the training grounds long after everyone else had called it a day. Normal sounds. Good sounds. The kind of sounds Naruto had fought a war to protect, and he genuinely, deeply loved them. He also genuinely, deeply did not want to read another mission report today. "You're doing it again," said Shikamaru from the doorway, not looking up from his own stack of documents. He was leaning against the frame with the particular energy of a man who had accepted his fate but reserved the right to complain about it loudly and often. "Doing what?" Naruto said, still staring at the ceiling. "The thing where you stare at the ceiling and pretend you're thinking when you're actually just hoping the paperwork disappears. It hasn't worked yet, but statistically something has to give eventually." Shikamaru finally looked up. The expression on his face was the one he wore when he was about to say something that Naruto would later admit was correct but would never tell him so directly. "You chose this, remember? You literally campaigned for it. Multiple times. You cried when you got the hat. I cried because I was happy. I didn't know about the paperwork. Everyone knows about the paperwork. Nobody told me it was this much paperwork." Shikamaru opened his mouth, probably to say something devastating and accurate about the nature of administrative governance, when the window exploded inward. Not dramatically. Not with a sweep of wind or a crack of lightning or any of the cinematic flourishes that accompanied the kind of intrusions Naruto had trained his entire life to respond to. Just, glass, suddenly, in all directions, and a sound like something very heavy hitting the floor from a significant height, and then silence. Naruto was already moving before the last shard settled. Not toward the door, not toward cover, toward the thing that had come through the window, because in his experience things that came through windows were either a threat or a problem, and either way you handled them by moving closer, not away. What had come through his window was a person. Or something shaped like a person. They were dressed in black, and the black was wet with something dark that caught the late afternoon light the wrong way, too viscous to be sweat, too dark to be anything good. They had wings, actual wings, furled tight against their back, the feathers black as ink, and those wings were broken in at least 2 places that Naruto could see from where he was crouching. One hand was pressed to the floor, barely holding their weight. The other was curled tight around something at their chest, pressed there with the desperate grip of someone protecting the only thing that matters. Their eyes found Naruto's. Whatever species this being was, whatever world they'd come from, Naruto recognized the look in those eyes with the bone-deep familiarity of someone who'd worn it himself once. "I have very little left. I need to give this to the right person before it runs out." "Hey," Naruto said, dropping to one knee beside them. No weapon drawn. No defensive stance. He'd learned a long time ago that the fastest way to get a dying person to talk was to make them feel like they weren't dying in front of an enemy. "You're okay. You made it." The being, he was young, Naruto realized, closer now. Young and terrified and somehow still fighting to stay conscious through what looked like injuries that should have already finished the job. He exhaled something that wasn't quite a word, turned his clenched fist toward Naruto, and opened it. The object in his palm was a seal. Not a paper seal, not an ink seal, not anything Naruto had a clean category for. It was a disc about the size of a large coin, carved from something that looked like solidified darkness, not metaphorically, but literally, like someone had taken the concept of shadow and pressed it into a physical shape. Intricate lines spiraled across its surface in a pattern that Naruto's eyes kept sliding away from, like the design itself resisted being seen clearly. The moment Naruto's eyes settled on it, something in his chest moved. That was the only way to describe it. Not pain, not pressure, movement. Like something that had always been still recognizing a frequency it knew. He felt Kurama shift in the back of his mind, that vast warm presence stirring from a half-doze into full alertness with the sudden sharpness of an animal that has scented something it doesn't have a name for yet. "That's old," Kurama said. Not alarmed. Careful. "Whatever that is, kid, it's older than me." From the door, Shikamaru had his hand on a kunai and his eyes on the window, scanning the exterior with the quick professional efficiency of someone who understood that whatever came through the window might have brought company. "Naruto." "I see it," Naruto said. He reached for the disc. The moment his fingers touched it, the seal screamed. Not audibly. Nothing in the room made a sound. But the disc blazed with light, crimson and gold, layered together in a way that made Naruto think of fire and blood and something else he didn't have a word for, and the light went straight through his palm like his hand wasn't there and hit something deeper. Something that had been sleeping. He felt it in his teeth. In the back of his skull. In some place behind his sternum that had never made itself known before. The light wound through him like a key finding a lock it had been cut for specifically, and then, the office disappeared. Not gradually. Not like a genjutsu peeling away from the edges. All at once, desk, reports, broken glass, Shikamaru's careful voice saying his name, all of it gone, replaced by somewhere else entirely. He was standing in a room he'd never seen but recognized in the way you recognize a smell from early childhood, the recognition more physical than intellectual. The walls were dark stone, lit by fires burning in colors that shouldn't exist, blues and violets that belonged in a dream, not a room. The ceiling was high and arched and carved with symbols, and the floor beneath his feet was warm even through whatever this was, memory or vision or something with no good name. A woman stood at the center of the room. His lungs did something complicated. She had red hair. Not auburn, not copper, red, vivid and unmistakable, the particular red that Naruto had grown up seeing in photographs and hearing described by people who had loved the woman in those photographs with their whole hearts. Her face wasn't his mother's face. The cheekbones were different, the set of the jaw slightly sharper, the eyes a deeper shade of gray-green rather than Kushina's violet. But the line of her nose, the shape of her hands, the way she stood with her weight on one foot like she was always ready to move, that was family. That was something passed through blood from one person to another across generations without asking permission. She was holding a baby. The baby was small and new, wrapped in something red, sleeping with the absolute oblivious trust of newborns who haven't yet learned that the world might not always catch them. The woman was looking at the baby with an expression Naruto didn't have a word for, not quite grief, not quite love, not quite terror, all three wound together into something that looked like the most difficult thing a person could choose to feel. Beside her was a man Naruto didn't recognize. Tall, dark-haired, wearing robes that meant something in this context, the kind of clothing that meant rank and lineage and centuries of history behind a single name. He was saying something, but no sound reached this memory. His mouth moved, his hands gestured with what looked like urgency or pleading, and the woman shook her head slowly, once, with the finality of a door closing. She looked down at the baby one more time. She said something. Just a few words, whatever they were. And then she handed the baby to the man and turned away, and a circle blazed to life in the floor, not chakra, not any seal Naruto knew, but something that made Kurama slam into his awareness like a fist through a wall, not in warning but in recognition, in the overwhelming recognition of someone encountering a force that predates them. The circle opened. Light poured through it in both directions. And the man with the baby stepped into it and was gone, and the woman stood alone in the room with fires burning blue and violet, and her shoulders dropped just slightly, just one small fraction, just enough to show what that choice had cost her. The word carved itself across Naruto's vision like someone was writing it with the smoke from those impossible fires. Gremory. He came back to his office with a gasp that wasn't quite a gasp, more like breaking the surface of water when you've been under too long. The disc in his hand was cold now, whatever energy had been stored in it spent completely. The man who'd brought it through his window wasn't breathing. Naruto sat with that for exactly 3 seconds. Then he straightened, set the disc carefully on his desk, and looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked back. His kunai was still in his hand. He'd clearly seen the light, seen the vision burn through Naruto's eyes, and was waiting with the particular patience of someone who knew that pushing right now would get him nothing useful. "I need you to run the village for a few days," Naruto said. "I run the village most days anyway. I mean officially." Shikamaru's eyes went to the dead man on the floor, to the black wings, to the disc on the desk that was still faintly warm around the edges even though it had just told him it was cold. "Where are you going?" Naruto picked up the disc and turned it over in his fingers. The crimson gold light was gone but the lines on its surface seemed different now, deeper, somehow, as though the vision had changed the object by being witnessed. He thought about the woman with red hair. He thought about a baby wrapped in red being carried through a circle of fire. He thought about a word carved in smoke. "I don't know exactly," he said. "But I think I have family I haven't met yet." Shikamaru was quiet for a long moment. Outside the window, the broken window, which someone was going to have to deal with, the sounds of Konoha continued, indifferent to visions and dying messengers and the particular quality of silence that settled around a man when his understanding of himself has just shifted permanently on its axis. "Do you want backup?" Shikamaru asked finally. "No." Naruto said it without thinking and then examined the answer and found it was right. This wasn't a mission. He wasn't sure what it was yet, but he knew it wasn't that. "Tell Sakura where I went if I'm not back in a week. She'll probably figure it out herself anyway. She always does." Shikamaru finally lowered the kunai, tucked it away, and looked at the dead man on the floor with the expression he wore when a troublesome situation had just become a significantly more troublesome situation. "What do I tell the council?" "Tell them the Hokage is handling a sensitive diplomatic matter." "Is that what this is?" Naruto thought about the woman handing her child away through a circle of fire, the absolute grief certainty on her face, the choice made and then sealed and then sent through decades and dimensions to land in his palm at exactly the right moment. He thought about Kurama, who was ancient and vast and had recognized that seal with something beyond recognition, something closer to reverence. "Tell them I'll be back," he said, which was both an answer and not one, and was also the most accurate thing he could offer. He spent an hour after Shikamaru left doing the things that needed doing. He wrote 3 notes, one for Iruka, one for Sasuke, one for Kakashi, that said more or less the same thing in 3 very different tones. "I found something. I'm going to find it. Don't look for me." He sealed his office. He ate, because he'd learned the hard way that going somewhere unknown on an empty stomach was the kind of decision you regretted within the first 6 hours. He packed nothing, because everything he needed was either on his person or inside him, and had been for years. And he stood in front of the mirror in his office bathroom and looked at himself for a long moment. He looked like Naruto. He looked like Minato's son. He looked like the kid who'd eaten ramen alone at the Ichiraku counter while the village looked the other way, and the genin who'd made shadow clones until his chakra gave out, and the teenager who'd stood in front of a god among men and refused to fall down. He looked like himself, because he was himself, and that hadn't changed. But somewhere in the last hour, the picture had gotten larger. More complex. He was still all of those things, and now he was also something else, something that had been true since before he was old enough to hold a kunai, something that had been sealed away in that disc for 20-some years waiting for him to be ready to receive it. "You're taking this remarkably well," Kurama observed. "Would you prefer I wasn't?" "No. I'm just noting it. I found out my dad was the 4th Hokage the night I almost died," Naruto said to the mirror. "And then I found out my mom was the previous Ninetales Jinchuriki about an hour after that." I've kind of made peace with the idea that there's always more to the story than I knew. This is a bit different than finding out your father was famous. Yeah. He looked at the disc in his hand one more time. The lines on its surface had rearranged themselves since the vision, he was almost certain of it, though he couldn't have told you what they'd looked like before versus what they looked like now. They seemed to pulse faintly with warmth, in a rhythm that matched his heartbeat so exactly it made the hair on his arms stand up. But the response is the same. You go find out. For what it's worth, Kurama said, I could feel what was in that seal for miles before it arrived. Whatever family you have on the other side of it, they're powerful, Naruto. Genuinely, historically powerful. Good, Naruto said simply, and there was nothing in his voice that sounded like intimidation. Just a man who had spent his whole life surrounded by powerful people and had never once found it to be a problem. He left through the window. The broken one. It felt appropriate. The woods outside Konoha's eastern border were quiet and dark by the time he got there. He'd moved fast, Kurama's chakra moving him like wine through water, the landscape blurring past with the particular ease of a body that had been pushed to its limits so many times that this, casual speed across country, barely registered as effort. The disc had been pulling since the moment he touched it, a direction more than a sensation, like a compass that pointed inward instead of north. It brought him to a clearing he'd run past 100 times and never thought twice about. He stood in the center of it and felt the pull intensify, focusing down from a general direction to a specific point, this exact spot, this exact moment, the disc warm in his hand and warm in his chest and warm in whatever unnamed thing in him had recognized it before he consciously could. All right, he said to the empty clearing. Nothing happened. Kurama sighed, that massive, rumbling exhalation that meant the fox was about to do something he considered beneath him but would do anyway because the situation required it. Move. I need to be where you are. Naruto let the chakra shift, let Kurama push forward through the usual channels in a way that wasn't a transformation, not the mode he used in combat, not the cloak of orange-gold energy that meant he was borrowing the fox's power. Something different. Something more like Kurama simply stepping into the same space as Naruto, occupying him the way a river occupies its own bed. He felt himself go slightly incandescent, the Bijuu's presence rising in him like the tide rising in a harbor, and then Kurama reached out through him with 9 taels worth of ancient chakra and grabbed something. The air tore. That was the most accurate description. Not a portal opening, not a gate appearing, the fabric of the space in that clearing simply parted, like fabric pulled at a seam that had never been properly sewn, and on the other side was not the woods, not Konoha, not anywhere Naruto had a reference point for. It was dark. Not dark like night, dark like a place that had decided darkness was its natural state and had committed to the decision with full conviction. But it wasn't cold, and it wasn't empty. He could feel something on the other side the way you feel the presence of a large room even when you can't see it, the particular quality of contained space, the sense of scale. And something on the other side could feel him. He knew that the way you know when someone is looking at you from across a room even though you haven't turned around yet. A gaze that came with weight. A presence that came with history. Something that was already waiting, on the other side of a door it had been watching since before he knew to knock on it. Naruto stepped through. The other side hit him differently than he expected. He'd been braced for something overwhelming, Kurama had said genuinely, historically powerful in the tone the Nine Tails reserved for things that genuinely impressed him, and that was not a small category. But what he felt stepping into the underworld for the first time was not overwhelming. It was deep. Like stepping into very deep water, not crashing, not violent, just a sudden awareness of depth that extended far beyond what you could see from the surface. The room he stepped into was enormous. Dark walls, high ceilings, the same blue-violet fires he'd seen in the vision burning in sconces along the walls. A floor of black stone that reflected his footsteps back to him from somewhere below its surface. Columns of dark marble spaced at intervals that implied this room had been built to hold something, an army, a court, a history. In the center of the room, standing alone, was a man. He was tall, with hair the same shade of crimson red as the woman in the vision, that vivid, undeniable red. He was dressed in black and red that looked like wealth without trying to look like wealth, the way something is when it's genuinely old money rather than performing it. His face was calm, composed, the particular stillness of someone who has mastered the discipline of revealing nothing. Except his eyes. His eyes, when they found Naruto across the length of that vast dark room, did something complicated and entirely involuntary. Something that cracked straight through all that elegant composure like a hairline fracture through glass, there, and real, and not controlled. It was only there for a second. Then the composure closed back over it, smooth and immediate. But Naruto had seen it. The man studied him for a long moment, and Naruto studied him back without any particular sense of urgency. His eyes moved across the crimson hair, the shape of the jaw, the particular way the man stood, and recognized, in the same bone-deep way he'd recognized the woman in the vision, the markers of something shared. Something inherited. Something that passed from person to person through blood whether they'd met or not. "You're taller than I expected," the man said. His voice was even and measured and gave almost nothing away. "Almost. People usually say that," Naruto replied, and his voice in this vast stone room came back to him differently than it would have in any space above ground. "You've been watching that door for a while." Something moved in the man's expression. Not quite a smile. The potential of one. "Some time, yes." He paused. "The messenger reached you." "He did." Naruto turned the disc over in his fingers without looking at it. "He was already gone when I got there." A muscle moved in the man's jaw. Brief and controlled and genuinely felt. He was brave. He volunteered. He made it, Naruto said. Whatever he needed to do, he made it. Silence settled between them. Not the uncomfortable silence of strangers with nothing in common, the weighted silence of two people standing on the edge of something large that they're both about to step into. Naruto could hear the fires in their sconces, the faint sound of his own breathing, and beneath both of those things the vast low hum of the underworld itself, like a chord held at a frequency just below hearing. The man crossed the room. Not quickly, he moved with the deliberate patience of someone who has learned that how you cover ground says as much as what you say when you get there. He stopped a few feet from Naruto and looked at him up close, and whatever he found there made the potential smile shift into something more real and more complicated. "My name is Sirzechs," he said. "I was told there was once a second name, but I never," he stopped. Collected himself with visible effort. "I don't expect anything from this. I want you to know that. I'm not asking you to be anything other than what you are." Naruto looked at him. Looked at the red hair and the eyes that had cracked open for one involuntary second and then closed again, and the way he was controlling his breathing with the discipline of someone who is deeply, genuinely moved and has decided to manage it rather than display it, out of respect or fear of presumption or both. "The woman in the memory," Naruto said. "Red hair. Dark room. She handed someone, a baby." Sirzechs went very still. "That was my mother," he said quietly. "Our mother," Naruto said. He said it the way he said most things, directly, without ceremony, because he'd never seen the point of dressing things up. It came out of his mouth and landed in the room and sat there, 2 words, and the man across from him received them like they weighed something physical. "Our mother," Sirzechs agreed, and his voice on those 2 words was different from every other word he'd said. Rougher. More honest. Like something had been sanded away. Naruto nodded once. Then he looked around the vast room, at the blue-violet fires and the dark stone columns and the high ceiling carved with symbols that were not seals but had the same quality of meaning, marks made to hold something, remember something, bind something across centuries. "So," he said, with the particular energy he'd always brought to situations that were either entirely under control or entirely beyond it, the energy that felt the same in both cases because he'd decided long ago that his response to chaos was to be exactly himself. "Are you going to show me around, or are we going to stand here all night?" Sirzechs looked at him, really looked at him, with an expression that was working through several emotions in quick succession and landing somewhere that was, unmistakably, the beginning of something that had nothing to do with political calculation and everything to do with something far simpler and far more significant. "You're going to make the underworld very interesting," he said. "Probably," Naruto agreed. And when Sirzechs turned to lead the way out of that vast welcoming chamber, and the fires in the sconces burned a little brighter as Naruto passed them, not because he commanded it, not because he performed it, but because the underworld itself was responding to the return of something it had been waiting for, Naruto felt the disc in his hand go warm one final time and then cool, its message fully delivered, its purpose complete. He slipped it into his pocket. He had family to meet. Chapter 2, Crimson Welcome. The hallways of the Lucifer estate were the kind of place that made you understand why people invented the word ancient. Not old, Naruto knew old. Konoha had old. The Hokage monument was old, the academy walls were old, the ramen stand at Chiraku Ran had boards in the floor that creaked in specific spots that hadn't changed since Naruto was 7. But this was different. This was a place where centuries had settled into the stone itself, compressed down layer by layer until the walls weren't just walls anymore but something closer to a record. Every decision made here, every word spoken in these corridors, every life that had moved through these spaces had left something behind, some faint impression, and all of it had built up until the air itself felt thick with weight. Naruto walked through it like he owned the place. Not arrogantly. Just comfortably, the way he walked everywhere, with his hands loose at his sides and his eyes moving with the constant low-level awareness of someone who had spent a significant portion of his life in situations where being unaware of your surroundings got you killed. He noted exits, noted the distribution of the fires along the walls, blue, violet, occasionally something that veered toward white at its center, noted the guards stationed at intervals who were trying very hard to look like they weren't staring at him and failing completely. "They're going to keep doing that," Sirzechs said, without turning around. "The staring? I'm used to it." Naruto glanced at the nearest guard, a tall devil with dark hair and wings folded at precise parade rest angles, whose eyes were currently performing extraordinary gymnastics trying to look at Naruto while appearing not to. Naruto gave him a small nod. The guard nearly fell over. "Different reasons now, though. The chakra you're carrying doesn't exactly blend in," Sirzechs said. "The entity inside you registers as the nine-tailed fox, yeah." Naruto paused. "Sorry. Is that going to be a problem?" Sirzechs turned at a corner and glanced back, and the expression on his face said clearly that no, it was not going to be a problem, but also that he appreciated being asked. "There are entities in the underworld that have been here since before your world developed the concept of chakra. They'll recognize the nine tails. They'll be cautious. That's not necessarily a disadvantage." "I like him," Kurama said, in the tone he used when something surprised him into a positive assessment. "You like him because he respects you," Naruto thought back. "That's a completely valid reason to like someone." They turned another corner and the corridor opened up into something that stopped being a corridor and started being a room, though room was underselling it. It was a space the size of a small village plaza, with a ceiling that disappeared into shadows 60 feet up and walls lined with portraits. Not paintings, Naruto knew paintings. These were deeper than paintings, more present, like the subjects had been captured at a moment of genuine vitality and the vitality had been preserved along with the image. The people in them were all red-haired, all wearing variations of the black and crimson that Sirzechs wore, and all looking out of their frames with the particular quality of people who had held power long enough that it had become simply part of their posture. At the far end of the room, by a fireplace large enough to stand inside, a woman was waiting. She had silver hair and gray eyes and the bearing of someone who had decided, at some point very early in their life, that competence was a more useful commodity than charm and had invested accordingly. She was dressed in a maid's uniform that somehow looked less like a service uniform and more like armor, and she was watching Naruto's approach with the specific quality of attention that Naruto associated with people who were genuinely dangerous, not threatening, just capable, in the way that made the air around them slightly different. "Grafia," Sirzechs said. "He came through." "I see that," the woman said. She kept her eyes on Naruto in a way that was direct without being aggressive, assessment, not challenge. Naruto Uzumaki. That's me. He met her eyes and held them easily. You were expecting someone different. I was expecting someone younger, she said. The seal was created 23 years ago. I calculated for, she stopped. Recalibrated. You're not what I imagined. People say that too. He looked around the portrait room and then back at her. You're his wife. Yes. And you already knew about me. A beat of silence, not uncomfortable, just careful. I've known for 6 years, Grafia said. Since Sirzechs found the archive. Naruto looked at Sirzechs, who was managing his expression with considerable discipline. The archive. Sirzechs moved to the fireplace and stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the flames. They were red here, regular red, the color of a real fire, and Naruto noticed that it was the only fire in the estate so far that was that color. My mother left records. They were sealed beneath the family vault in a compartment that only activated once I had formally taken the position of Lucifer, the title, not just the name. Like a letter left to be opened at a specific age. He paused. I spent 3 years after finding them trying to locate you. The trail was complex. Dead ends, Naruto guessed. Dead ends, false trails, 2 separate attempts by parties who clearly knew what I was looking for to ensure I didn't find it. His voice had an edge on that last part, controlled but present, the edge of a man describing something that had genuinely angered him and had decided that anger was still not resolved. You were hidden well. Very well. The circle that sent you, we believe it was one of the most complex sealing arrays ever constructed in the Underworld. It didn't just send you to another world. It made it nearly impossible to find the thread back. But the disc found me. The disc was the last option, Grafia said. It was designed to activate only if the heir reached a specific level of power, enough that the seal would recognize the blood regardless of the distance or the interference layered over it. We had no control over when it would trigger. Only that it would, eventually. She looked at Naruto steadily. We didn't know it would take this long. Naruto was quiet for a moment. He was thinking about Kushina, about the mother he'd known, the one who'd left him a message in a seal, who'd used her last moments to hug him and tell him she was sorry she couldn't be there, who died the night he was born because a masked man had used the moment of his birth as an opportunity. He was thinking about a woman with the same red hair who had stood in a room full of blue fire and made a choice he couldn't fully understand yet, and the grief-loved terror on her face as she did it. She sent me away to protect me, he said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Sirzechs said quietly. There was the specifics are long. But there were people who wanted to ensure that our mother's second child never reached an age where they could claim the Lucifer bloodline. She hid the pregnancy. She sent you out of the underworld hours after you were born through a seal that took 3 of the finest magic architects of the age to construct, and that collapsed behind you, and then he stopped. Naruto looked at his profile against the red fire. The control on his face had gone very fine, like fabric pulled tight over something that was pressing against it from the inside. She died, Sirzechs said, and his voice on those 2 words was the same as it had been on our mother in the entrance chamber, rough with something genuine. 2 months after you were sent. She didn't survive the aftermath of the array. It had cost too much. The room was quiet. The fire crackled. One of the portraits on the wall, a woman with red hair and a particular set to her jaw, seemed to lean forward slightly in its frame, though that might have been the light. Naruto looked at the portrait for a moment. He looked at the fire. He looked at his own hands, the same hands that had held that disc and been shown a memory that wasn't his, that had been trusted to him like a legacy in a sealed envelope. He'd done this before. The feeling of losing a parent he'd never really had. Of being handed a grief for someone he'd never met and being asked to hold it alongside all the grief he already carried. He knew the shape of it. He knew that the right response wasn't to perform sorrow he hadn't earned yet, and wasn't to shut it out, but to receive it honestly and let it find its place. Okay, he said. Not dismissively. Just acknowledgement, this is real, I hear it, I'm holding it. Sirzechs looked at him then, turned from the fire and looked at him with those eyes that had cracked in the entrance chamber and were cracking again now, just slightly, just at the edges. Something in the look was searching and finding and being quietly undone by what it found. You're very, he started. Don't say calm, Naruto said. I'm not calm. I'm just good at this particular kind of hard. A pause. Then Sirzechs nodded, once, with the respect of someone recognizing a quality they understand because they've had to develop it themselves. Gremory, who had been observing all of this with the expression of someone recording everything for future reference, moved to a side table where a carafe and cups were set out. She poured without asking, which Naruto appreciated. People who asked if you wanted something when you clearly needed it always slightly irritated him. She carried a cup to Naruto and one to Sirzechs and kept the third for herself, and they stood around the fire, three people with very different histories and at least one significant thing in common, and drank. The drink was warm and tasted like something Naruto couldn't identify, not tea, not anything from his experience, something that registered as rich and dark and faintly electric. Kurama perked up at the first sip with the enthusiasm of someone who has just discovered something worth being enthusiastic about. That's energy condensed from demonic power, the fox said. Don't drink too much. It'll make you, should I be concerned about what this is? Naruto asked. It's a restorative, Gremory said. Completely safe for those with sufficient power. Which you clearly have. She glanced at him over the rim of her own cup. Although the entity sharing your body seems to be having a more intense reaction. I'm fine, Kurama said, which was exactly what someone who wasn't fine would say. He's fine, Naruto confirmed. I said that. The fire shifted from red to a deep burgundy for a moment and then settled back. Sirzechs watched it. I want to understand what your life has been, he said. Not now, there's time. But I want you to know I want to. I know, Naruto said. And then, because he was Naruto, mine's kind of a lot. I expect so. The ghost of the potential smile was back, more solid this time. You're a Kage. Hokage. Strongest there is. That's the position or your assessment? Both. Gremory made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was clearly related to one. She recovered her composure immediately. Naruto found he liked her very much. There's something we need to discuss, Sirzechs said, setting down his cup. The shift in his tone was slight but clear, from personal to political, from brother to Lucifer. Before anything else becomes public. Before the political dimension of this begins in earnest, and it will begin, quickly, once word spreads that you're here. Word's already spreading, Naruto said. He'd noticed the looks in the hallway. He'd noticed the way several of the estate staff had found reasons to be near the entrance corridor when they passed through it. It is, Sirzechs agreed. The underworld is not, simple, politically. The 72 pillars of the devil clans have their own alliances, their own ambitions, their own histories of grievance and favor. The Satans are a council of power that operates by specific rules. And the existence of a second Lucifer heir, a legitimate one, carrying the bloodline, already at a level of power that the underworld will feel as a seismic event, he paused. People will want to define you before you have the chance to define yourself. Classify you. Slot you into a role that serves their interests. Naruto had the cup halfway to his mouth and he stopped, looked at Sirzechs with an expression that was patient and faintly amused. That sounds familiar. Sirzechs blinked. Does it? I grew up hated by an entire village, Naruto said simply. They had a lot of opinions about what I was and what I'd become. They were wrong. He drank the last of the strange warm drink and set the cup down. I'm not worried about people trying to define me. They can try. It won't stick. Sirzechs looked at him for a long moment with an expression that was doing several things at once, reassessment, something warmer beneath that, and the very beginning of what might eventually be relief. You'll need to make a formal appearance, Grafia said. It can't be avoided. The moment you're confirmed as existing, as the second Lucifer heir, there will be political obligations. A gathering, at minimum. A gathering where people look at me and decide what I'm worth, Naruto said. Yes, Grafia said, without apology, because she was the kind of person who told you the accurate version rather than the comfortable one and trusted you to handle it. Fine. Naruto shrugged. When? We have perhaps 2 days before the information reaches the wider political sphere, Sirzechs said. I'd like to use that time to, he paused. I'd like to use it as time. Not just preparation. There are things I want to tell you. Things I want to ask you. This doesn't have to be purely strategic. Naruto looked at him. At the careful way he'd said it, the deliberateness of making space for something that wasn't political utility, the way he was clearly uncertain whether Naruto would receive it or deflect it. Yeah, Naruto said. Okay. Me too. The night deepened. They moved from the portrait room to a smaller space, what Sirzechs called a sitting room, which in the Lucifer estate meant a room with furniture that looked comfortable and a lower ceiling, and a fire burning a more manageable shade of amber rather than the estate's ceremonial colors. Grafia excused herself at some point with the practiced invisible competence of someone who understood when a space needed fewer people in it, and they didn't call her back. Sirzechs talked about their mother. Not the historical figure, not the political entity, the woman. He talked about things he remembered from before he was old enough to understand them, images more than narratives, red hair in firelight, a particular laugh, the way she used to sit on the floor of the library rather than in the chairs because she said the chairs were uncomfortable and she'd never understood why anyone had bothered commissioning them. He talked about what he'd pieced together later, from archives and from people who'd known her, about who she'd been before the weight of the Lucifer legacy had settled fully on the family's shoulders. Naruto listened the way he always listened, completely, without performance. He asked occasional questions, not to fill silence but because he genuinely wanted to know, what did she like, what was she afraid of, what did her voice sound like when she laughed. Small questions, the kind that built a person rather than a history. In return, he talked about Kushina. About what he'd known her from, which was second-hand stories and one sealed memory and the way people's faces changed when they said her name. He talked about what it was to grow up knowing you'd had a mother and not knowing who she'd been in any dimension that felt real and personal. He talked about the academy, about the ramen stand, about the day he'd learned his father was the fourth Hokage and the absolute disaster of contradictory emotions that had involved. Sirzechs listened with the same quality of attention. He didn't try to slot Naruto's experience into something he already understood. He just listened. She gave you to a human family, he asked, when Naruto had explained the circumstances of his childhood in Konoha as briefly as he could. Not exactly a family, Naruto said. She sent me through the circle and I arrived in another world, and Minato, my father, the man who became my father on that side, was there. He'd been told to expect something. He didn't know what. He got me. He paused. He died the same night. Sirzechs was quiet. Then you grew up, alone, yeah. Until I wasn't. Naruto said it without self-pity. It was just a fact about his life, the same way living in an estate with portrait galleries full of ancestors was a fact about Sirzechs's. I had people eventually. Good people. The best, honestly. He thought about Irika's face and Kakashi's lazy eye smile and the specific sound of Sakura's voice when she was about to hit him and Sasuke's complete inability to say anything warm directly and his absolute commitment to saying it sideways. I'm not short on family. I just apparently have more than I knew. I'm glad, Sirzechs said. He meant it entirely. Naruto could tell, Sirzechs was many things, but in this room, in this hour, he wasn't performing. I'm glad you had, that you weren't, he stopped. Reorganized. I spent years thinking about what I'd say to you if I found you. I had several versions. They were all more composed than this. This is better, Naruto said. Is it? The composed version would have been the Crimson Satan talking to a political situation. This is you. Naruto looked at him across the amber firelight. I can work with this. Something in Sirzech's face, some last layer of formal distance, quietly dissolved. He looked younger without it, and more tired, and more real. He looked like a man who had been carrying something for a long time and had just set it down to check his hands and found, to his surprise, that they weren't as damaged as he'd feared. They talked through most of the night. At some point food appeared, brought by a staff member who materialized and dematerialized with Graphia's trained invisibility, leaving behind things that smelled extraordinary and tasted like they'd been made by someone who understood that cooking was a form of care. Naruto ate with his usual commitment to the activity and Sirzechs ate with the slightly self-conscious awareness of someone who had been told too many times that meals were opportunities for sophisticated social behavior and hadn't fully shaken the training. Naruto knocked a dumpling off his plate, caught it without looking, ate it. Sirzechs stared. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sirzechs laughed, a genuine one, surprised out of him, the kind of laugh that happens before you can decide whether to have it. It changed his face completely. You're going to drive the 72 pillars absolutely insane, he said. Probably. Naruto was completely unbothered by this. What are the 72 pillars? Sirzechs explained, the structure of Devil Society, the ancient clan system, the hierarchy built on bloodlines and power and centuries of carefully maintained alliance and hostility. He explained the Satans, the four great kings, the way the current underworld was still finding its shape after the old Satan faction had been defeated and a new order had tried to take root in the rubble. He explained it with the particular fluency of someone who'd spent decades navigating a system while also believing parts of it urgently needed to change. Naruto listened, asked the questions that occurred to him, and by the end had a working map in his head that was probably full of gaps but was accurate in its broad strokes. He'd always been better at understanding systems from the inside than from reading about them. And the title, he said. Lucifer. It comes with something specific. It comes with a seat on the Satan Council, Sirzechs said carefully. It comes with the loyalty of the families historically aligned with the Lucifer bloodline. And it comes with, he paused. There is a throne. It has been formally unoccupied since I took the title, because the title carries 2 seats and I hold one. The second, has been waiting, Naruto said. Has been waiting, Sirzechs confirmed. Naruto looked at the fire. He thought about what it meant to be offered power not as a reward for something but as a fact of your birth, handed to you by history and blood before you'd done a single thing to earn it or refuse it. He'd always earned things. He'd spent his whole life earning things, specifically because no one had ever given him anything without him first proving he deserved it. This was different. This was a throne that was his because of what he was rather than what he'd done. He found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he wasn't bothered by it. He'd been earning things his whole life. He knew what he was worth. He didn't need the throne to tell him. But that also meant there was nothing for him to prove, no insecurity for the throne to fill, and so sitting in it wouldn't change him, and if it didn't change him then it was simply a chair with meaning attached. And if it was simply a chair, then what mattered was what he did from it, not what it meant that he was in it. He'd think about that later. I want to meet the people who matter, he said. Not for politics. Just, who do you actually trust? Out of all of it, who are the real ones? Sirzechs considered. Graphia. Absolutely. Ajuka, Beelzebub. He's one of the other Satans. He's complicated, but genuine. And, he paused, and something in his expression shifted into warmth of a different quality, the warmth of something closer to home. Rias. Who's that? My sister, Sirzechs said, and then caught himself. My other sister. Half-sister. She grew up in the Gremory household. She doesn't know about you yet. She knows about the bloodline, knows about our mother, but the existence of another sibling, he shook his head. She's going to need to hear it directly. From you, Naruto said. Yes. And possibly from you, shortly after. Naruto nodded. He had the sense, from the way Sirzechs talked about her, that Rias was important in a way that went beyond politics or family structure, that she mattered, specifically, in the way that the people you're genuinely protective of matter. What's she like? Sirzechs' smile this time was entirely unguarded. Pure. The smile of an older sibling who has never quite figured out how to be objective about the younger one and has given up trying. Stubborn. Principled. She takes being a devil noble very seriously in the way people do when they actually believe in something and not just in the status it confers. She has her own peerage, her own territory. He paused. She has red hair. Of course she does, Naruto said, and meant it as nothing but warmth. They were quiet for a moment, comfortable this time. The fire had burned lower without either of them feeding it and was now a deep steady glow rather than a blaze. Somewhere deeper in the estate, someone was moving through a corridor, the soft sound of footsteps on stone, a door closing somewhere. There will be someone who challenges this, Sirzechs said. His voice had returned to the measured quality it wore when he was thinking politically. Someone who challenges your legitimacy. Loudly, publicly, in a way that's designed to force a response. Let them. Sirzechs looked at him. I said let them, Naruto repeated, and there was something in his voice that was entirely steady, without heat or defensiveness, just the calm of someone who has never in their life been successfully defined by someone else's opinion and sees no reason today would be different. Whatever they throw at me, I'll handle it. That's not arrogance. It's just, history, Sirzechs said. Yeah. Outside the estate, the underworld turned through whatever cycle it used instead of day and night. Naruto had noticed, stepping through the gate, that the sky, if it was a sky, had a particular quality of permanent deep twilight, not dark enough to be night but not lit enough to be day. It was the sky of a world that had decided to exist in its own time, outside the rhythms of anywhere else. He found he liked it. He thought about Kurama, quiet now in the back of his mind with the focused quiet of someone who was taking in everything around them and cataloging it carefully. The Nine Tails had always been the oldest thing Naruto knew. Here, in this world, he might not be. He thought about the portrait room full of red-haired ancestors looking out of their frames. He thought about the woman who'd handed a baby through a fire and turned away. He thought about all of it, held it all at once without trying to resolve it into something simpler than it was, and then he set it aside for the morning, because there was nothing more to know tonight and rest was a resource, not a luxury. Where am I sleeping? He asked. Sirzechs blinked. Then he laughed, not the surprised one from before, something quieter and more settled. Down the east wing. Grafia has a room prepared. She prepared it before you knew I was coming, didn't she? She prepared it 6 years ago, Sirzechs said. And has had it maintained since. Naruto thought about that. About the silver-haired woman with the maid's uniform and the dangerous competence, who had found out 6 years ago that her husband had a lost brother and had immediately, practically, prepared a room. Just in case. Just because someday there might be someone who needed it. I like her, he said. Everyone does, eventually, Sirzechs said. It usually takes longer than one evening, but you seem to operate on an accelerated timeline. Naruto grinned, the genuine one, the wide one, the one that had disarmed people since he was 12 and showed no signs of stopping. I do most things fast. He stood, rolled his shoulders, looked down at Sirzechs still in his chair by the dying fire. Hey. Sirzechs looked up. I'm glad the disc found me, Naruto said. Just that. Directly, without performance or excessive weight. Sirzechs held his gaze for a moment. The firelight made the red of his hair very vivid, the same vivid red as the woman in the vision, the same red as Naruto's own hair was not. Naruto was blonde, had always been conspicuously, obviously his father's son in that particular way. But he had his mother's something else, maybe the line of the jaw, maybe something more internal, and sitting across from Sirzechs in this room, looking at the family resemblance from the outside, he believed it. So am I, Sirzechs said, and meant it with everything he had. Naruto found the East Wing without difficulty, because the estate's layout had already organized itself in his head from the walk through it, and because Grafia appeared at a junction with the promptness of someone who had been listening for footsteps, pointed him down the correct corridor without comment, and disappeared again. The room was large and dark and furnished with the same quality as the rest of the estate, old, genuine, without ornamentation for its own sake. There was a bed, a window that looked out on the underworld's permanent twilight sky, a desk, a chair. There was a vase on the windowsill with something growing in it that wasn't quite a flower, something with petals the color of the blue fires in the entrance hall, and it was very much alive and very clearly had been tended. Naruto sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the not-quite flower for a while. "You holding up?" Kurama asked. "Yeah," Naruto said. "You. I've been inside you for over 2 decades. Whatever this is, I'm inside it too." A pause. "She was powerful, your mother. The one who sent you. Even through the echo of that seal, I could feel it. She was something rare." Naruto looked at the twilight sky outside the window. "I know," he said. He lay back, stared at the ceiling, dark stone, high, carved at the edges with the same symbols as the entrance hall, old words holding old meanings, and breathed slowly. He was in another world. He had a brother. He had a throne, apparently. He had 2 days before something large and probably complicated began. He was completely fine. He closed his eyes and was asleep inside of 3 minutes, because he'd learned long ago that rest was the one thing you could always control, and tomorrow was going to need him at full. Outside, the underworld moved through its twilight in the particular silence of a world that is waiting for something to change. It didn't have long to wait. Chapter 3, The Weight of a Name. The gathering was called a Symposium of the Pillars, which was the kind of name that told you everything about the people who'd named it. Naruto said as much to Grafia over breakfast, which was an event in itself. The Lucifer estate's kitchen apparently operated on the assumption that everyone eating in it was either very important or very hungry, and Naruto was both, and the result was a table that looked like it was trying to make a point. He ate methodically and with genuine appreciation while Grafia walked him through the morning schedule with the focused precision of someone who considered organizational competence a moral virtue. "The symposium convenes at the 3rd bell," she said. "All 72 clan heads or their designated representatives will be present, along with the 4 Satans. You'll enter with Sirzechs." "Not behind him," Naruto said. Grafia looked at him. "I'll walk in with him," Naruto clarified. "Not behind. Beside." A pause. Then she made a small note on whatever she was working from. "Beside." "Yes." Something in her expression said she approved of the distinction, though she didn't say so. "The formal address will come from Sirzechs first. He'll confirm the bloodline, present the verification seals, and then introduce you. After that I talk," Naruto said. "That is the expectation, yes. What are they expecting me to say?" Grafia considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "Most will expect formality. A statement of intent, probably measured and politically careful. Some acknowledgement of the legacy. A degree of deference to the existing structure." Naruto ate a piece of something that tasted like a cross between a peach and something that had no earthly equivalent, and looked out the window at the permanent twilight sky. "And what do you think I should say?" Grafia was quiet for a moment that felt deliberate. "I think you should say exactly what you mean," she said finally. "I've watched the 72 pillars navigate performed sincerity for 3 centuries. They're very good at recognizing it and very tired of it. You won't be able to replicate it convincingly in 2 days, and attempting to would be a mistake." She met his eyes. "What you are, as you are, is more valuable than any performance you could offer them." Naruto pointed at her with his fork. "I knew I liked you. You mentioned that last night," she said, and returned to her notes. Sirzechs appeared at the door in the middle of this, dressed in the full formal weight of his position, the black and crimson, the coat with the specific tailoring that meant something in this context, the bearing that was different from how he'd sat by the fire last night in a way that was less personal and more architectural. He was still Sirzechs. But he was also the Crimson Satan, and the Crimson Satan was a thing that had been constructed over decades of careful effort, and it fit him the way a blade fits a scabbard, completely, with nothing left over. He looked at Naruto, who was still in the clothes he'd arrived in. "We'll find you something appropriate to wear," he said. Naruto looked down at himself. Black pants, the jacket he favored, nothing ceremonial about any of it. What's wrong with this? Nothing is wrong with it. But walking into a gathering of the 72 pillars in travel clothes sends a specific message. Good, Naruto said. What message does it send? Sirzechs opened his mouth. Closed it. Looked at Grafia. It sends the message that he arrived and came directly, Grafia said. That this was not prepared or performed. Given the circumstances, that may be precisely the right message. She didn't look up from her notes. Although shoes without scuffs would be advisable. Naruto looked at his shoes. They had scuffs. He cleaned them on the back of his ankle, which did essentially nothing, and stood up. Ready. The hall where the symposium convened was the largest space Naruto had seen in the Underworld so far, and he was beginning to recalibrate his sense of scale because the Underworld apparently had a different relationship with the concept of large than anywhere else he'd been. The ceiling was vaulted and carved, the floor was black stone polished to a mirror finish that reflected everyone standing on it in a slightly elongated version of themselves, and the space was arranged in a configuration that wasn't quite a court and wasn't quite a theater, tiered seating along the walls, a central floor that was clearly the place where things happened, and at the far end, elevated slightly, for seats that were not quite thrones but were absolutely not chairs. 3 of them were occupied. Sirzechs took the 4th as they entered. The 5th seat, the second Lucifer seat, was on the central floor, not elevated with the Satans, not tucked into the tiered sections. It stood alone, slightly apart, like it had been placed there deliberately as a statement about what the person in it was, which was neither above everyone else nor among them, but present and distinct and specifically itself. Naruto looked at it as he walked into the hall. It was a fine piece of furniture with centuries of meaning attached to it. He filed that information and kept walking. The room went quiet as they entered. Not gradually, all at once, like someone had cut the sound. 70+ devils of varying ages and presentations and power levels, all watching the doors, had presumably been watching the doors since before the bell, and their collective attention hit Naruto across the floor like a physical thing. He felt it the way you feel weather, not unpleasant, just real. He walked in beside Sirzechs. Not behind. Beside. He looked out at the assembled faces and they looked back at him, and he did what he always did in situations like this, he let them look. He didn't perform confidence or posture it or indicate that he was aware of being watched. He simply was what he was, moving through a room, looking at people with the same direct interest he looked at everything with. He felt the responses ripple through the crowd in waves. Surprise from the ones who'd been expecting something younger or more uncertain. Calculation from the ones already working through the political dimensions. Something harder and colder from a cluster near the right side tiering. He noted them, their faces, the specific quality of their stillness, the way they watched not with surprise but with the prepared attention of people who had anticipated this and were ready. And from a few, a young woman with crimson hair who was sitting bolt upright in the second tier with her eyes wide and her composure working very hard, a man with dark hair and the distinctive bearing of someone whose intelligence runs several seconds ahead of everyone around him, something that was neither calculation nor hostility. Just genuine attention. The kind people pay when something real is happening. Sirzechs stopped at the center of the floor. Naruto stopped beside him. Members of the 72 pillars, Sirzechs said, and his voice in this space was different from last night, larger, not louder, the specific quality of a voice that has been trained to fill significant rooms without effort. The Lucifer bloodline presents its second heir. He said the words with the formal precision of someone reading something old, a phrase with specific meaning in specific context, and the room received it with the particular stillness of a gathering that has just been told something significant. Then Sirzechs did something that wasn't in any script. He turned, slightly, toward Naruto, and the gesture was so small it was almost nothing, just an inclination of his head, just a fraction, the way you turn toward family. It was visible to everyone in the room. It was probably visible to everyone in the room precisely because Sirzechs intended it to be. Naruto stepped forward. He stood in the center of the mirrored floor and looked out at all of them, the calculated ones, the hostile cluster, the wide-eyed woman with the crimson hair, the sharp-eyed man, the dozens of others, and he took a breath and said nothing for a moment, just stood there, just let the room be what it was. Then he said, "I'll be honest with you." His voice carried. Not through volume or performance, just through the quality of someone who meant what they were saying and wasn't working to convince anyone of anything, which was, paradoxically, the most convincing possible approach. I don't know most of your names yet. I don't know most of your houses or your histories or your politics. I've been in the underworld for less than a day, and before yesterday I didn't know the underworld existed in any way that was personal to me. He paused. Some of you think that makes me unqualified for whatever this seat represents. That's a reasonable thing to think. The room was absolutely silent. He had all of them, even the hostile cluster, they were watching him with the fixed attention of people trying to predict what comes next and failing. I grew up in a village, Naruto said. A shinobi village. For people who don't know what that means, it means a community built around people who train their entire lives to be dangerous, and who use that danger to protect what matters. I grew up in that village as the thing everyone feared. They had their reasons. The reasons were real and old and scared them, and I'm not here to tell you the fear was wrong. He glanced briefly at the space between his own hands, a gesture so small it was almost private. But here's what happened. I didn't become what they feared. Not because I wasn't powerful, I am, but because what you are isn't decided by what people need you to be for their own comfort. Something shifted in the room. Not dramatically. Just the specific shift that happens when people who came in ready to assess something realize they're actually listening. I became the strongest person in my village, he said. And then I became its leader. Not because of my bloodline was half the reason they were afraid of me in the first place. Because of what I did and who I was when I did it. He looked out at them, all of them, taking the room in like he was genuinely curious about every single person in it. I'm telling you this not to impress you. I'm telling you because I want to be honest, and this is the most honest thing I know about myself. I don't need a title to tell me what I'm worth, and I don't need your approval to know who I am. But I'd like to know who you are. I'd like to earn the right to stand in this room through something that actually matters, which is understanding it. He stopped. Let the room breathe. That's it, he said, with a finality that was as unadorned as everything else he'd said. That's what I've got. I'm not going to tell you I'm going to be a good Lucifer or a great one or whatever the right word is in this context, because I haven't done it yet and I don't make promises about things I haven't done. What I can tell you is that I'll be exactly what I am, and I'll mean everything I say, and if that's not enough for you then that's something we'll work out over time. He stepped back. The silence held for 3 full seconds. Then the sharp-eyed man with the dark hair, the one who'd been watching with genuine attention rather than calculation, began to applaud. Slowly, deliberately, with the specific quality of someone making a statement rather than responding to a moment. He was smiling faintly, and the smile was the kind that happened when an intellect has encountered something genuinely interesting. The woman with the crimson hair followed. Her applause was less deliberate and more involuntary, the response of someone moved before they could decide whether to be, and her eyes were bright in a way that had nothing to do with political performance. The room came in gradually after that, not unanimously, not even close. The hostile cluster on the right sat with their hands folded and their expressions fixed. Several others were careful, measured, neither endorsing nor refusing. But enough of the room responded that the silence was broken, and the shape of what had just happened settled over everything like a change in the weather. Sirzechs stood at his elevated seat with an expression that was performing absolute formal neutrality and not fully succeeding. Grafia, positioned near the left wall with her usual invisible precision, was looking at the middle distance with the focused attention of someone recording everything and feeling nothing, which meant she was feeling quite a lot. Naruto took his seat, the one apart, the one that was neither elevated nor tucked away. He sat in it with no particular ceremony, leaned forward slightly with his elbows on his knees, and watched the formal proceedings begin with the focused interest of someone who was paying very close attention and learning very quickly. The symposium lasted 3 hours. He learned more in those 3 hours than he'd expected to, because watching people perform in a formal context tells you things about them that they'd never give you directly. He learned which clan heads spoke often because they had things to say and which spoke often because silence made them invisible. He learned which ones watched Sirzechs when they talked and which ones watched the room. He learned which ones watched him, and of those, which were doing it with hostility, which with curiosity, and which with the specific quality of careful re-evaluation that meant they'd come in expecting one thing and found another. The hostile cluster on the right resolved itself, through the course of the morning, into a face. A single face that the others deferred to, a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s by apparent age, with blonde hair and a particular kind of handsome that comes with too much affirmation over too many years. He spoke twice during the formal proceedings. Both times he was measured, articulate, and said things that were technically within the bounds of the formal discussion while carrying, in their subtext, the clear message that the current proceedings were premature and the questions they raised were yet to be properly resolved. After the third bell of the end, when people began moving in the specific social patterns of a formal gathering transitioning into informal conversation, the blond man worked his way across the room with the deliberateness of someone following a plan. He stopped in front of Naruto. "Riser Phoenix," he said. He said his own name the way some people said it, like a fact about the world rather than an introduction between equals. "Naruto," Naruto said. Riser's eyes moved across him with an assessment that was neither subtle nor intended to be. "That was an interesting speech." "It wasn't a speech," Naruto said. "It was just what I said." "The distinction," Riser said, "is precisely what I found interesting." He tilted his head slightly. "You've been in the underworld for less than a day by your own admission. You know nothing of its history, its structures, its obligations. And yet you walk into a gathering of the 72 pillars and speak as though you are already comfortable." "I am comfortable," Naruto said. Riser looked at him with the expression of someone who has prepared for several responses and is deciding this one wasn't among them. "You shouldn't be," he said, and his voice shifted slightly on those 3 words, not into threat, exactly, but into something with a harder edge beneath the polish. "Not because of who you are. Because of what you don't know yet. Comfort without knowledge is a specific kind of arrogance, regardless of the bloodline wearing it." Naruto considered this. He was genuinely considering it, which Riser clearly hadn't expected, because he'd readied himself for a defensive response and had to recalibrate when it didn't come. "That's fair," Naruto said. Riser blinked. "You're right that I don't know enough yet," Naruto said. "I said as much in what you're calling a speech. What I'm comfortable with isn't the underworld. I've been here a day. You're completely correct that I don't know it. What I'm comfortable with is myself." He looked at Riser with the specific quality of directness he used in situations where being unclear would be dishonest. "Those are different things." Riser held his gaze for a moment. He was intelligent, Naruto had already established that, the kind of intelligent that had opinions about things rather than just positions, that built its worldview from actual beliefs rather than inherited postures. The beliefs themselves might be wrong, but they were real, and that made him more interesting and more potentially dangerous than a simple opportunist. "We'll speak again," Riser said. "Looking forward to it," Naruto said, meaning it. Riser moved away with the contained, precise movements of someone who is absolutely not retreating and wants that to be clearly understood. Naruto watched him go with the focused attention he paid to things he expected to matter. The sharp-eyed man appeared at his left. Ajuka Beelzebub, he said, without the same weight of self-announcement that Riser had used, more like someone providing a label for convenience. Though I imagine you've already worked out who I am. Fourth Satan, Naruto said. The one who was watching me like a particularly interesting problem. Ajuka smiled. It was an unusual smile, contained, more inward than outward, the smile of someone who spends most of their time in their own head and occasionally surfaces to find things in the external world worth acknowledging. That's an accurate description. I think in those terms frequently. He tilted his head. You have a bijou inside you. The Nine Tails. Kurama, Ajuka said. In the back of Naruto's mind, Kurama went very still. He knows my name, the fox said, in a tone that was not quite alarm and not quite recognition. How do you know that name? Naruto asked. His voice was even. Not defensive, just direct, just wanting the honest answer. Ajuka looked genuinely pleased to be asked directly. There are records in the oldest vaults of the Underworld. Names of entities that predate the current configuration of the supernatural world. Kurama is one of them. He glanced at the air just above Naruto's shoulder, which was where some people looked when they were trying to address something they couldn't see. The nine-tailed fox is not purely of your world. It's older than your world. I suspected as much when I felt the signature through the gate you came through last night. His eyes returned to Naruto. What is fascinating is that the two of you are clearly not in a traditional host relationship. The energy signature is integrated. Cooperative. He's my partner, Naruto said simply. I notice, Kurama said, that he said my actual name with no preamble or explanation. I find that either very impressive or very unsettling and I haven't decided which. Both, probably, Naruto thought. Sirzechs didn't mention you specifically, Naruto said to Ajuka. But the way he talked about you, you're the one he actually thinks alongside, aren't you? Not just allied with. Ajuka's expression shifted into something that was closer to genuine warmth than the analytical interest he'd been wearing. He mentioned me. He said complicated but genuine. That's a remarkably accurate summary, Ajuka said, with the tone of someone who finds themselves accurately summarized and is uncertain how to feel about it. I'll say the same about you, for what it's worth, and I've known you for approximately 40 minutes. High praise from someone who just met me. I don't give false praise, Ajuka said, without any particular pride in the fact, just stating it. It would be inefficient. He looked at Naruto with the specific quality of someone assembling a model as they gather data. You're going to be genuinely unpredictable. Not chaotic, unpredictable. There's a distinction. Chaos is random. Unpredictability in the way you exhibit it comes from operating from a framework that no one around you shares. What framework is that? Naruto asked, curious. Ajuka considered. You don't want anything from anyone, he said finally. Not power, not status, not approval. People who want things are comprehensible because you can model their wants. You're harder to model. He paused. Most people will find that threatening. Some already do, Naruto said, glancing toward where Riser had gone. Riser is the obvious case. But there are others, less obvious. Ajuka looked at the room with an expression that was doing complex work. The ones who were quiet today. Not hostile quiet, calculating quiet. They're more interesting than Riser because their motivations are less legible. You think there's something bigger underneath this, Naruto said. Ajuka looked at him sharply. Not alarmed, recalibrating. What makes you say that? Because the hostile cluster had someone at its center who knows exactly what they're doing, and the people on the edges of that cluster weren't all there for the same reason. Some of them are there because they genuinely believe Riser's worldview. Some of them are there because they're watching how this plays out before deciding. And some of them are there because someone else told them to be. He shrugged. I've spent a lot of time in politics. Ours is different from yours but the shape is similar. Ajuka was quiet for a moment. You noticed all that in 3 hours. I notice most things. The fourth Satan looked at him with an expression that had moved through pleased and landed somewhere closer to serious. The empty throne of Lucifer is not merely a political inheritance, he said, lowering his voice to a register that didn't carry beyond the two of them. There are old wards beneath it. Old arrangements. Things that were sealed when the last true Lucifer sat in it, that have been waiting. He paused. I don't know exactly what they do. I've been trying to study them for 6 years and they resist analysis. But I believe they're tied to the bloodline in a way that means your arrival will wake them. Wake them, Naruto said. Reactivate. Respond. Ajuka seemed to be choosing words carefully. The Underworld is not merely a place, Naruto. It is, in some sense, alive. And it has been waiting for the second seat to be occupied in a way that I believe goes beyond ceremony. Naruto looked at the room, the high carved ceiling, the black mirrored floor, the blue fires, the crimson ones. He felt, beneath his feet, through the soles of shoes that Graphia had thought to clean this morning with something that had removed the scuffs entirely, the deep low hum he'd noticed when he first stepped through the gate. Still there. Slightly different now than it had been. Like something was paying closer attention. Kurama was paying very close attention. I can feel it too, the fox said. It's not dangerous. It's more like recognition. I want to see the throne room, Naruto said. I assumed you would, Ajuka said. Sirzechs will take you tonight, I expect. He's been preparing for it since yesterday. He glanced across the room to where Sirzechs was managing a conversation with 3 clan heads with the elegant attention distribution of someone running 5 thoughts simultaneously. He's nervous about it. He doesn't look nervous. No. He wouldn't. There was affection in that, under the precision. He is, though. Because of what might happen when I sit in it. Because of what it means that you'll sit in it, Ajuka corrected gently. For him personally. He's been the only Lucifer for a long time. He's been many things for a long time that were supposed to be shared, and he carried them alone. This morning was the beginning of something being different. He paused. Even desired change is change. Naruto looked at Sirzechs across the room, at the elegant management of the conversation, at the control that ran all the way through his posture and his expression and the precise spacing of his words. He's going to be fine, Naruto said. I know, Ajuka said. I think you knowing that is probably the most useful thing that's happened this morning. The symposium's formal conclusion had dissolved into the social hours that followed large gatherings everywhere, people grouping and regrouping, conversations that were performing casualness while actually being quite deliberate, the elaborate dance of a society with long memories and longer grudges maintaining the illusion of ease. Naruto moved through it with the comfortable awareness of someone who has done versions of this before, in Konoha's less elaborate but similarly loaded political landscape, and who has long since stopped finding it exhausting because he'd realized that if you just talked to people directly, they had to either respond in kind or visibly refuse to, and either response told you something. He talked to a woman from the Agar's clan who had the shrewd eyes of someone who had been taking notes since the moment he walked in and whose interest was clearly genuine rather than hostile. He talked briefly to a young man from the Citri house who was probably a decade younger in appearance and clearly trying to decide whether being visibly friendly with the new Lucifer heir was a good political move. Naruto resolved his indecision by being genuinely friendly rather than politically so, which flustered the young man entirely and made him laugh. He exchanged 4 words with a clan head from the Bale house who communicated primarily in expressions and the quality of his silences, and who seemed, by the end of those 4 words, to have shifted from careful neutrality to something warmer. The crimson-haired woman found him near the end. She was trying not to look like she'd been building up to the approach, and was not fully succeeding, and Naruto liked her immediately for it. She was striking, not in the performed way of people who know it but in the way of someone whose presence fills whatever space they're in without effort. Red hair, vivid and specific, the same red as Sirzechs, as the portrait gallery, as the woman in the fire. Blue-green eyes that were managing an internal war between composure and emotion with visible effort. She was wearing the Gremory crest, a small detail that Naruto had absorbed from the morning's proceedings, and she was holding herself with the upright precision of someone who has been taught that posture is a form of statement. "You're Rias," Naruto said. She stopped. "Sirzechs told you. He said you had red hair." Naruto looked at her with the open curiosity he felt, making no attempt to tone it down. "He also said you were stubborn and principled and took being a devil noble seriously because you actually believed in it." Something in her eyes shifted, the emotion winning a small battle over the composure. "That sounds like him." It was a compliment. All of it. She absorbed that. "You have his eyes," she said suddenly, then seemed surprised at herself for saying it. "Whose?" "My mother's. Our mother's." She said it with careful precision, testing the words as she said them, watching his face as she did. "I was told, Sirzechs told me this morning. About you. About what you were." "What did he say?" "That you were real and you were here and you walked into a room full of the most politically dangerous people in the underworld in yesterday's clothes and made half of them forget they were supposed to be cautious." She paused. "And that I should meet you and form my own opinion." "Have you?" Naruto asked. She looked at him, a thorough look, the kind that was genuinely looking rather than assessing for strategic purpose. "You're nothing like I expected," she said finally. "I keep hearing that." He smiled. "What did you expect?" "Someone more, careful," she said. "This is the underworld. The 72 pillars. Someone walking in with a legitimate Lucifer claim would normally be very careful." "Careful of what?" "Of being wrong about something. Of showing weakness. Of being used." She was watching him with curiosity that was tilting towards something that was possibly the beginning of investment. "You don't seem worried about any of those things." "I'm not," Naruto said. "Why not?" He considered the question seriously, because she was asking it seriously. "Because I can handle being wrong, I've been wrong plenty, I know how to deal with it. I don't have weakness the way you're describing it. And being used only works if you need something from the person trying to use you." He shrugged. "I don't need anything from anyone here." Rias looked at him for a long moment with an expression that was doing several things at once, processing, comparing, beginning something that would take longer than a morning to fully develop. "That's either very confident or very naive," she said. "Could be both," Naruto said. "It wouldn't be the first time." She laughed. It surprised her, the laugh, she hadn't been planning to and it showed, and then it passed and she was left looking at him with the slightly open expression of someone who came and braced for one thing and got another entirely. "Sirzechs said you'd be interesting," she said. "What do you think?" She straightened slightly, recomposing the posture her laugh had momentarily loosened, but her eyes kept the warmth that had surprised them both. "I think," she said, choosing each word, "that the next several weeks are not going to be anything like I planned." "Almost certainly not," Naruto agreed, with the kind of serenity that comes from genuinely not minding. She started to say something else and stopped when a hand came to rest briefly on her shoulder, Sirzechs, appearing from the dispersing crowd with Graphia one step behind him, wearing the expression of a man who has been managing a room for 3 hours and would like very much to stop. He looked between them. The look that crossed his face then was quiet and specific and deeply felt, watching two people who should have been in the same world their entire lives stand in it together for the first time. "You've met," he said, not a question. "We've started," Naruto said. "Good." Sirzechs looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion and everything to do with emotional weight held at careful tension all day. "There's something I want to show you tonight," he said to Naruto. "If you're ready." Naruto looked at him, at the slight edge of nervousness that Ajuka had mentioned this morning and that Sirzechs was managing with his usual elegant discipline, and understood exactly what they were going to. "The throne room," Naruto said. Sirzechs nodded once. Rias looked between them and said nothing, but the expression on her face as they left was one of someone who has just understood that the world she thought she knew has a new dimension in it, and is deciding, actively, in real time, what she thinks about that. From the look on her face, her conclusion was leaning positive. The estate closed around them as they went deeper into it, away from the gathering spaces and into the older sections where the stone was darker and the fires fewer and the silence had a specific quality, not empty, but held, like a breath before something significant. Behind them, the symposium hall was still murmuring with the aftermath of a morning that had changed things in ways that wouldn't be fully clear for days. The hostile cluster had departed in a group, which told its own story. Ajuka had watched them go with the expression of a man running calculations. The Agar's woman had made 3 notes. Riser Phoenix had looked back at the doors once, as he left, with the expression of someone who has decided that the situation requires a more direct approach. None of them knew that the most significant thing that morning wasn't the speech, and wasn't the meeting of siblings, and wasn't the opening shots of political maneuvering. It was the low deep hum beneath the floor of the symposium hall, which had changed its tone the moment Naruto sat in the second Lucifer seat, and had not changed back. The underworld was awake. Chapter 4, Fire and Feathers. The throne room could wait one more day, as it turned out. Not because anyone chose to delay it. Sirzechs had every intention of taking Naruto there that evening, and Naruto had every intention of going. But at the 7th bell, when the estate had settled into the quieter rhythms of late evening and dinner had been cleared and the 3 of them, Sirzechs, Grafia, Naruto, were moving through the older corridors toward the deepest part of the estate, a messenger arrived. He was young and fast and slightly out of breath, which told Naruto that the message was either urgent or delivered by someone who considered urgency a performance. The boy handed Grafia a sealed letter, bowed, and dematerialized with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been told that delivering the message quickly was his entire job and had taken that seriously. Grafia broke the seal. "Read." Her expression did not change, which told Naruto more than any expression would have. "Riser Phoenix has filed a formal challenge," she said. Sirzechs turned. "Already?" "The filing is time-stamped 2 hours after the symposium concluded." She folded the letter with precise movements. "He's challenging the legitimacy of the bloodline verification on procedural grounds. Specifically, he argues that a verification seal performed without the presence of the full Satan Council is insufficient under the 3rd Codex of, he knows the verification is valid," Sirzechs said. His voice was flat. "Yes," Grafia said. "He does." "Then this isn't actually about the verification," Naruto said. Both of them looked at him. He was leaning against the corridor wall with his arms folded, looking at the letter in Grafia's hands with the particular expression he wore when he was several steps ahead and waiting for the conversation to catch up. "He wants a public confrontation," Naruto said. "On terms he controls. The procedural challenge is just the frame. It forces a formal response, it puts the legitimacy question in front of everyone again before it has time to settle from this morning, and it positions him as the defender of proper process rather than just someone who wants this to go away." He looked at Sirzechs. "What does a formal challenge require?" "By the rules he's invoking." Sirzechs was quiet for a moment. "A response within 3 days. Either an acceptance of the challenge's terms, a counterfiling, or a demonstration of legitimacy through alternate means." "What counts as a demonstration of legitimacy?" "In the old codex, a bloodline heir could demonstrate legitimacy through," Sirzechs paused, and the pause had a specific quality that told Naruto where it was going before it arrived. "Through combat." Naruto looked at him. "Specifically," Sirzechs continued, "by accepting a rating game challenge from the filing party. If the heir wins, the challenge is dismissed and the bloodline claim is considered verified by deed rather than document." "What's a rating game?" Grafia answered, because she answered things with fewer words and Naruto appreciated that. "A structured combat between peerages. 2 teams, defined rules, the winner determined by the last team standing or point accumulation depending on the format." She looked at him steadily. "Riser's peerage is 8 members strong, all high-ranking, all experienced. He's fought 14 rating games and won all of them. He won't bring his full peerage against one person," Naruto said. Another pause. Longer this time. The challenge, Grafia said carefully, was filed as a 1-against-1. Personal combat. Not a full rating game. Why? Because he saw you walk in this morning, Sirzechs said, and there was something in his voice, not quite concern, not quite something else. He knows a full peerage battle is too large and too public to control. A personal combat is cleaner. More decisive. He looked at Naruto directly. He can regenerate. Indefinitely. The Phoenix bloodline is, immortal regeneration, Naruto said. I got that from context. He's never lost a personal combat. He's been killed 6 times in raiding games, literally killed, and regenerated every time within minutes. Sirzechs looked at him with the expression of someone choosing between 2 versions of the truth and selecting the honest one. I'm not telling you this because I think you'll lose. I'm telling you because he's counting on the regeneration to outlast anything you can bring. Naruto thought about this for approximately 4 seconds. Accepted, he said. Naruto, he wants public. Fine, public works for me too. He wants it clean and decisive. Also fine. He pushed off the wall and stood straight, looking at Sirzechs with the same directness he'd looked at the symposium hall that morning. The worst thing I can do to his plan is win quickly. He's prepared for a long fight. He's prepared for something that gets ugly and extended and eventually comes down to whether my stamina outlasts his regeneration. That's not what's going to happen. Sirzechs looked at him for a long moment. You're going to have to hurt him significantly, he said. Enough that the regeneration can't keep up. I'm aware. He has the backing of at least 11 clan heads who will be watching. I know. If you humiliate him publicly and completely, he becomes more dangerous afterward, not less. Cornered people, make desperate moves, Naruto finished. I know that too. I'm not trying to humiliate him. I'm trying to finish an argument before it becomes a war. He looked at Sirzechs steadily. There's a difference. He'll understand it when it's done, even if he doesn't like it. Sirzechs held his gaze. The control on his face was very precise right now, doing careful work, and underneath it Naruto could see something that was trying to decide between worry and something that wasn't worry at all, something more like the recognition of watching someone be absolutely and correctly confident about their own capabilities. I know what I can do, Naruto said quietly. Not boasting. Just telling the truth. Grafia made a note. I'll send the acceptance filing tonight, she said, with the tone of someone who had also reached a conclusion and was moving forward. The combat will be scheduled within 48 hours. Public venue, Riser will specify the location. Tell him I'll meet him wherever he wants, Naruto said. Doesn't matter to me. They returned to the question of the throne room then, continued down the corridor, and Naruto spent the rest of the evening doing what he'd planned to do, because Riser Phoenix was a problem for tomorrow and the Underworld's deep low hum had gotten distinctly louder in the last half hour and he found he was very interested in what was causing that. The arena Riser chose was called the Phoenix Coliseum, which told you exactly the kind of man he was. It was 2 days later, and it was full. Not just full, packed, which Naruto hadn't expected but probably should have. Word had traveled the way word traveled in any politically charged environment, faster than the official announcement, saturating every conversation, turning the combat from a procedural formality into an event. The tiered seating that curved around the oval floor was packed with devils of every rank and affiliation, and the air had the specific quality of a crowd that has come to watch something they expect to be significant. Naruto walked out onto the arena floor alone. He wasn't wearing anything special. He hadn't found it necessary. The same clothes he'd arrived in, the same boots, Grafia had cleaned them again this morning, this time without comment, just set them outside his door. He walked to the center of the floor and stood there and looked around at the crowd, the arc of faces, the impossible blue sky of the arena's enchanted ceiling, and felt exactly as he'd told Rias he felt. Comfortable. Not with the arena, not with the underworld, not with devil politics. With himself. That was the only comfort that had ever mattered. Riser came in from the opposite end. He was dressed in white, which said something about his confidence. His blonde hair caught the arena light, his posture was the precise upright of someone who had done this 14 times and knew exactly what it felt like from the inside. He walked with the absolute certainty of a man who had never, in his entire life, considered the possibility that he might be outclassed. That certainty was not performance. That was the genuinely dangerous kind, the kind that had been earned through repeated confirmation and had hardened into something that no longer questioned itself. They stopped 10 meters apart. Riser looked at him. Not with contempt, not quite, with the specific quality of someone taking inventory, assessing, doing the professional version of size up that fighters do before a fight. Whatever he found in Naruto, his expression remained steady. Composed. Confident. I want you to understand something, Riser said, and his voice carried cleanly in the arena's acoustics, which were designed for exactly this. This isn't personal. I know, Naruto said. The Lucifer bloodline is real. I'm not disputing that. He held his hands loosely at his sides, a posture that was both relaxed and ready. What I'm disputing is the assumption that bloodline alone is sufficient qualification for what that name represents. The Underworld has structure. History. A framework that has held it together through things that would have destroyed lesser societies. Someone arriving without context, without knowledge, without investment in what was built, he paused. That's a risk the Underworld can't afford. I heard that argument at the symposium, Naruto said. In the subtext. Now it's the text. Okay. Naruto looked at him with genuine attention, hearing it, actually hearing it, not dismissing it. You're not wrong that I don't know enough yet. I said so myself. But there's a difference between not knowing enough yet and being unqualified. He tilted his head slightly. And there's a difference between protecting the Underworld structure and protecting your position in it. I think you believe you're doing the first. I think some of the people supporting you are doing the second, and you know that, and you've decided to accept their support anyway because the outcome serves the cause. Something moved in Riser's expression. Quickly controlled. That's a more sophisticated read than I expected, he said. People keep saying that, Naruto said. A beat. I won't yield, Riser said. Whatever you do here, I will regenerate. I always regenerate. No one has ever put me down permanently in personal combat. I know, Naruto said, and his voice on those two words had the same quality as when he'd said I know what I can do to Sirzechs, simple, true, without heat. I'm not planning to. Riser's eyes narrowed slightly. Then how do you intend to win? You'll see, Naruto said, and smiled. The bell rang. Riser moved first, fast, genuinely fast, crossing the distance between them with a burst of speed that was elegant and precise and would have been devastating against almost anyone. Fire came with him, crimson flame pouring from his hands in a wave that was less an attack and more a statement, the opening of a language he'd spoken 14 times and knew fluently. Naruto stepped aside. Not dramatically. Not with a showy dodge or a counter that performed its own competence. He simply moved to the left at the last moment, the way you move out of the way of something that was never going to touch you, and the fire passed him and scorched the arena floor, and he was already where Riser's follow-through was going to be. Riser adjusted, quick, fluid, good instincts. He pulled the fire back and redirected, filling the space between them with a curtain of flame that would force a retreat or a shield or something defensive. Naruto walked through it. The fire hit him and he was briefly obscured by it, and then he was through, and the fire that had touched him was gone, not extinguished but consumed, drawn into something that recycled it as heat without harm. Kurama's chakra was running through him at a low level, not the full cloak, not even close to the full cloak. Just the baseline, the constant warm presence that had been his companion for so long that he barely noticed it the way you stop noticing the air you breathe. Riser stared at him. Interesting, he said, genuinely. Chakra and fire have a conversation, Naruto said. Mine wins. Riser's expression went from assessment to focus. He stopped testing and started fighting in earnest, and Naruto immediately understood why he'd never lost. The man was genuinely, substantively skilled, not just durable. His control of his flames was precise in the way that took decades of work, his movement was the product of serious training, and he fought with the disciplined intelligence of someone who had analyzed every fight he'd ever been in and extracted every lesson. He also could not touch Naruto. Not for lack of trying. The fire came in forms and configurations that were genuinely creative: walls, columns, cascades from above, streams aimed at the ground to cut off footwork. Each one was intelligent and each one found nothing, because Naruto was moving through the arena with the particular quality that had always maddened opponents, not frantic speed, not erratic movement, but a completely relaxed spatial awareness that put him exactly where he needed to be at exactly the right moment without apparent effort. The crowd was on its feet by the third minute. Riser hit him. Once, directly, a blast of concentrated flame that came from three directions simultaneously and left no comfortable angle of exit. Naruto took it straight on, and for one moment the arena was white with fire, and the crowd noise jumped, and then the fire cleared and Naruto was standing there with his hair slightly singed and his expression entirely unbothered. Riser stared. That should have. Yeah, Naruto agreed. He rolled his neck once, casually, the way you roll your neck when you've been sitting at a desk too long. My turn. He didn't use shadow clones. He didn't use the Ninetales cloak. He didn't use the sage mode that turned his eyes to amber and made the natural energy of the world pour into him like a tide. He used none of the things that represented his higher registers, because this didn't need them, and using them against someone who didn't require them would have been disrespectful in the way that using a sword to open a letter is disrespectful. He just moved. He crossed the space to Riser faster than Riser had crossed it to him, but the speed itself wasn't the point was where he ended up, which was directly inside Riser's guard, too close for the fire to be useful, in the specific position that Naruto had spent years learning how to reach because it was the position where everything resolved down to fundamentals. A hand on Riser's collar. A foot at the precise angle. A controlled application of force that was physics more than power, leverage, direction, the specific way a body goes when the geometry is correct. Riser hit the arena floor with an impact that resounded through the stone. He was back up in 4 seconds. Regeneration, fast and genuine, healing the damage before the dust settled. He came up already moving, already attacking, and Naruto had already moved, and they were back in the pattern again, but the pattern had changed. Something had shifted. Riser was fighting with the same technical competence but a different quality of attention now, not the confident assessment of someone who expected to win but the focused urgency of someone who has realized the fight is real. He regenerated 4 more times over the next 6 minutes. Each time faster than Naruto expected, each time back in the fight fully, nothing conceded from the recovery. The regeneration was as advertised, genuine, indefinite, relentless. Naruto had spent 2 days thinking about it and had come to a conclusion that he now tested, working toward it methodically, giving nothing away in his expression. The conclusion was this: regeneration required energy. Even infinite regeneration drew from somewhere. The Phoenix bloodline was vast and ancient and resilient, but energy was energy, and energy was not infinite even for the most powerful lineages. The question was not whether it could be exhausted, it could, given enough time, but whether there was a threshold. A quantity of simultaneous damage beyond which the regeneration couldn't maintain itself. At the 8-minute mark, Naruto stopped moving away. He stopped the whole pattern, the evasion, the positioning, the methodical control of space. He stood still in the center of the arena and let Riser come at him and hit him with everything he had, and the fire came in a cascade that filled the arena with light so bright the crowd covered their eyes, a sustained assault that was genuinely staggering in its intensity, the kind of output that would have ended most fights immediately. Naruto stood in it. Not because he was invulnerable. Because he was making a point, and the point required being visible. The chakra that moved through him built quietly while the fire raged around him, building with the patient inevitability of a tide coming in, filling first the baseline then the registers above it in smooth succession, and the air around him shifted from the arena's neutral warmth to something older and larger and entirely different, and the crowd that had been shielding its eyes from the fire opened them because something changed. The orange-gold light that came from Naruto was not fire. It didn't behave like fire. It moved like something alive, not in the supernatural flourish of a performance but with the genuine, slightly unsettling quality of energy that has its own awareness. It filled the space around him and the fire didn't extinguish, it simply became irrelevant, existing in the same space as something vastly larger without any drama about the disparity. Riser stopped. He stood 3 meters away with his hand still raised and his fire still burning but his eyes fixed on what was standing in front of him with an expression that was the first uncontrolled thing he'd shown all morning. Not fear, something more complex than fear. The specific expression of a man whose model of a situation has just been completely overturned and who is running very fast to construct a new one. That's, he started. The nine-tailed fox's chakra, Naruto said. His voice was normal. Conversational. The orange-gold light moved around him like weather. I'm not using most of it. But I want you to feel what most of it is, so you understand the scale. He let a fraction more through the filter. The air pressure in the arena changed. Not dramatically, there was no wind, no explosion, no performance. The pressure simply increased, a palpable weight that pushed against everyone present with the specific quality of something ancient and enormous becoming aware of the room it was in. Several people in the crowd involuntarily sat down. One of the stone columns at the arena's edge developed a hairline crack. Riser's fire went out. Not because Naruto extinguished it. Because Riser did, consciously, having recognized with the intelligence Naruto had credited him with from the beginning that continuing it in this context was both pointless and a waste of energy he might need for something else. They looked at each other across 3 meters of arena floor. You held back, Riser said. This entire time. Yes. Why? Naruto let the light reduce, pulling it back to the baseline, the gentle warm glow that was simply him on any given day. Because I wasn't trying to defeat you, he said. I was trying to have a conversation. Riser stared at him. You said this wasn't personal, Naruto said. I believe you. You said you were protecting something real, the structure, the history. I believe that too. He took one step forward, and his voice dropped from arena carry to something more direct. What I'm telling you is that what you're protecting doesn't need protection from me. I'm not here to collapse the structure. I'm not here because I want what someone built over centuries for myself without earning it. I came because a dying messenger gave his life to find me, and because my brother has been carrying 2 people's weight for a long time, and because the world I came from taught me that when something real needs doing, you show up. He held Riser's gaze without any heat, without any triumph. That's all this is. Riser was quiet for a long time. The arena was quiet with him. The crowd that had been on its feet had gone still with that specific quality of stillness that meant they were hearing something. Not performance, something. The old order was not simply hierarchy for its own sake, Riser said finally. His voice had changed, still precise, still controlled, but the practiced layer had thinned. Something underneath it was speaking. The bloodline system, the pure blood traditions, they represent continuity. A line of memory from one generation to the next. Every time someone new comes in and says the old ways are wrong, what actually happens is that the memory gets shorter. And a society with a short memory doesn't survive what the underworld has already been through. I know, Naruto said. I'm not saying you're wrong about that. Riser looked at him sharply. Continuity matters, Naruto said. Memory matters. I watched my village nearly destroy itself because it forgot something it needed to remember. I'm not here to erase anything. But memory and change aren't opposites. You can remember everything and still make something new. He paused. The underworld's memory is exactly what I need. I don't have it yet. I need people who do. Something shifted in Riser's expression that was not surrender and was not agreement but was the more interesting thing between them, the opening of a space where something other than opposition was possible. You need people who remember, Riser said slowly, and you're telling me that could include the people currently opposing you. I'm telling you it could include you, Naruto said. Specifically. If you wanted to. The silence stretched. Then Riser did something that the crowd clearly did not expect. He bent at the waist, not fully, not the deep bow of formal concession, but the precise half-bow of one high-ranking individual to another, the kind that meant I acknowledge this rather than I yield to this. The distinction, in the context of devil formal culture, was everything. The challenge is withdrawn, he said. His voice carried through the arena. Under the fourth codex provision, satisfaction of legitimacy through demonstrated capability. He straightened. His eyes were difficult to read, but they were not hostile. I reserve my position regarding the pace of your integration into the Underworld's formal structures. Fair, Naruto said. That means I reserve the right to continue arguing in every formal forum available to me. I'd expect nothing less. Something that might eventually become respect passed across Riser's face, not there yet, but the possibility of it. He turned, gathered himself back into the precise, contained composure he'd worn walking in, and walked out of the arena. The crowd noise hit the moment he cleared the door. Naruto stood in the center of the arena floor and looked up at the crowd, the standing rows of devils, the various expressions of shock and calculation and excitement, and in one case what looked like genuine emotional response, the two high-profile absences in the seats that had been reserved for the clan heads who'd left before the fight concluded, which told him something useful. Ajuka was in the front row, had been since the start, and was now wearing an expression that was the most openly entertained Naruto had seen from him yet, and underneath the entertainment was something more substantive. Rias was 3 seats to Ajuka's left. She'd been there the whole time. Her composure was perfect, she'd trained it that way, had clearly worked hard at it, but her eyes were doing something that composure couldn't reach. They were bright, and fixed on him, and the expression behind them was the specific expression of someone who has just watched something they didn't fully know what to do with yet and would be thinking about it for a while. Naruto looked at her. She looked back. He raised one hand, not a wave, just an acknowledgement. Not performed, not political. Just I see you. Her composure held. Her eyes didn't. Up in the seats where Sirzechs had watched the entire fight from the position of the Crimson Satan and not the anxious older brother, though the distinction had clearly been difficult to maintain, the Lucifer of the Underworld sat back in his chair and exhaled slowly and looked at the arena floor where his younger brother was standing in the aftermath of having effortlessly taken apart the Phoenix Heir's entire strategy and then offered him an exit that preserved his dignity. Graphia, standing at his shoulder with her notes and her silver hair and her expression that revealed nothing, leaned slightly forward. He won 14, she said quietly. I know, Sirzechs said. It took Naruto 11 minutes. I know. And he held back for 9 of them. I know, Sirzechs said, and his voice on those 2 words had the rougher quality, the honest quality, the quality that wasn't the Crimson Satan but the man. He looked at his brother standing alone in the center of the arena, unhurried and entirely himself. I know. The crowd was still loud. The energy in the arena had shifted from the charged expectation of a contest into something different, the specific electric quality of a moment that people were already telling each other about, already transforming into the story it was going to become. Naruto heard it the way you hear water, as background, as environment, as the context rather than the thing itself. He walked off the arena floor without ceremony, back through the corridor he'd entered from, into the relative quiet behind the public space. Kurama settled into the familiar warmth in the back of his mind, the morning's slight elevation of presence easing back down. You went easy on him, the fox said. He deserved the real version of what was happening, Naruto said. Not just the result. He's going to be a problem for a long time. Probably. Naruto thought about Riser's face when he talked about memory and continuity, the way something underneath the polished surface had been genuinely speaking. But he's going to be an honest problem. That's workable. You offered him a place. He knows things I need to know. And he actually believes what he says. Naruto came out into the daylight, or what passed for daylight in the underworld, the constant deep twilight that he was already beginning to find comfortable. Wrong application, real commitment. That's worth something. You're going to befriend your opposition, Kurama said, with the tone of someone confirming a suspicion. I usually do, Naruto said. He found Sirzechs waiting outside. Not with ceremony, not with the formal bearing of this morning, just standing against the wall with his coat over his arm and his hair catching the twilight, looking like a man who had been holding tension in his shoulders for about 11 minutes and had only just started putting it down. You didn't need to be worried, Naruto said. I wasn't worried, Sirzechs said. Grafia told me about your face during the fire. Sirzechs closed his eyes briefly. She's going to tell you everything, isn't she? She already told me she prepared my room 6 years ago, Naruto said. I think she operates on the principle that honest information serves better than managed impressions. She does, Sirzechs said. It's one of her best and most occasionally inconvenient qualities. He looked at Naruto directly. The challenge is withdrawn. Risers backing among the 11 clan heads will, not disappear, but soften. Tonight's story changes the shape of the next conversation significantly. And the other thing, Naruto said. The ones who left before the fight ended. Sirzechs' expression went to the precise controlled neutral at war when something genuinely concerned him. You noticed. 2 empty seats. High rank markings. They came, watched the symposium, watched the challenge filing, then left before seeing the result. Naruto looked at him. They didn't need to see the result because the fight wasn't the point. Something else was. Yes. Sirzechs said it with a flatness that held weight. Ajuka said something in the symposium about old wards. Things sealed beneath the throne room. Naruto looked at the twilight sky. And something about people who'd want the second seat to stay empty. This is a conversation for somewhere with fewer ears, Sirzechs said quietly. Throne room, Naruto said. Sirzechs looked at him. You were going to take me there anyway, Naruto said. And whatever's under it, whatever woke up when I sat in the symposium seat this morning, I've been feeling it all day. It knows I'm here. He looked at Sirzechs steadily. Let's go find out what it wants to say. Sirzechs was quiet for a moment. The expression on his face moved through several things and landed on the one that had been trying to surface since the entrance hall 2 nights ago, the one that wasn't political, that wasn't the Crimson Satan, that was simply and specifically an older brother looking at someone and being genuinely, profoundly glad that they exist. Come on, then, he said. They walked together through the underworld's permanent twilight, and the deep low hum that had been building since Naruto arrived pulsed once, warmly, with the specific quality of something that has been waiting a very long time and has just caught sight of what it was waiting for. Chapter 5, The Throne Room. The door was the first thing. Not a grand entrance, not an archway carved with proclamations of ancient power. Just a door, black wood, old enough that the grain had gone silver at the edges, set into the wall at the end of a corridor that branched off from the estate's deeper passages in a direction that didn't appear on any layout Naruto had been shown. No guards. No ceremonial torches flanking it. Just the door, and a lock that had no keyhole, and the hum that had been following Naruto since his arrival sitting loudest here, concentrated at this threshold-like sound pooling in a corner. Sirzechs stopped in front of it and didn't move immediately. He stood there with his hands at his sides and looked at the door with the expression of someone who has stood in front of this particular thing many times and felt something specific each time and has decided to stop trying to resolve what that feeling is. It hasn't opened for me, he said. In 6 years. I've tried, I won't pretend I haven't. The bloodline opens the outer ward, I can get to this corridor. But the door itself, he paused. It requires the second heir. Naruto stepped past him and put his hand flat on the door. It opened immediately. Not dramatically, no light flooding out, no sound of ancient mechanisms. It simply opened, the way a door opens when it recognizes the hand touching it, swinging inward with a smooth weight that suggested it had been moving regularly and had not, in fact, been stuck for 6 years, it had been waiting, which was entirely different. The room beyond was dark for the first second and then it wasn't, because the fires came up as they stepped through, not lit, not kindled, just present, waking from whatever state they'd been in the way embers wake when you breathe on them. Blue, violet, red, white. All 4 burning in their sconces around the perimeter of a room that was, by Underworld standards, intimate. Not the vast hall of the symposium, not the entrance chamber with its 60-foot ceiling. Something closer to the size of the sitting room where he and Sirzechs had talked the first night, but older. Older than anything else in the estate. Older than anything Naruto had touched in this world or his own. The throne was at the far end. There were 2 of them, actually, which he'd known from context but seeing made concrete. They sat on a low dais, not elevated dramatically, just slightly raised, just enough to mark the distinction between the floor and the seat as meaningful. They were made of the same dark stone as the walls, carved from it rather than placed on it, grown out of the room itself as though the room and the thrones had arrived as one piece. The designs cut into them were not decorative. Naruto could feel that immediately, the same way he could feel an active seal versus an inactive one, the way he could feel the difference between ink on paper and ink on paper that was doing something. These were working. Whatever was carved into those thrones had been working continuously, without interruption, since the day they were made. The left throne had marks of use. Faint wear on the armrests, a quality of presence that said this seat had held a person regularly, had been inhabited and known and returned to across decades. Sirzechs's. The right throne had none of that. Its stone was the same, its carvings the same depth, but it had the particular quality of something preserved rather than used, kept ready, maintained, unchanged, like a place set at a table for someone expected home. Naruto walked to it and looked at it for a moment. Then he sat down. The silence lasted exactly 3 heartbeats. Then everything happened at once, and none of it was dramatic, and all of it was overwhelming. It wasn't a vision like the disc, not someone else's memory flooding through him. It was more like the room exhaled. Like the entire space had been holding its breath since the day the second air left and had now, with the seat occupied, released it all at once. The carvings on the walls lit up, not glowing, not shining, just becoming visible in a way they hadn't been a moment before, their lines suddenly clear and deep and purposeful, a language Naruto didn't speak but could feel the meaning of the way you feel the emotion in music without knowing the words. The floor beneath the dais opened. Not literally, no stone moved, no physical change occurred. But something below it became present, the way a deep note becomes present when an instrument produces it, filling the room with a frequency that wasn't sound. Naruto felt it in his sternum, in the base of his skull, in the same unnamed place behind his ribs that had recognized the disc. It moved through him with the specific quality of something taking inventory, not invasively, not painfully. More like a hand setting itself into a grip it was shaped for. Kurama went incandescent in his chest. Not the combat incandescence, not the power surge of the Ninetales responding to a threat. Something entirely different. The fox's presence in him blazed up with the quality of genuine recognition, the overwhelming involuntary recognition of something so old encountering something else so old that the age itself was the common language. There are things sealed here, Kurama said, and his voice was different, slower, more careful, the way the fox spoke when something had his full and undivided attention. Old things. Not trapped. Held. Like a message held in a bottle, waiting for the right person to open it. What kind of things? Naruto thought. Power, Kurama said simply. But not the kind you take. The kind that's given. There's a distinction. Sirzechs had followed him in and was standing near the door, watching with an expression that had abandoned composure entirely. He looked, not frightened, but undone, in the specific way of someone watching something they'd imagined for years actually happen. His hands were at his sides and very still, and his eyes were fixed on Naruto in the throne with an expression that was working through several layers of feeling simultaneously. "What are you feeling?" he asked. His voice was quiet. "Everything," Naruto said, which was accurate. He spread his hands on the armrests of the throne, and the carvings under his palms were warm. Not hot, warm, the specific warmth of something alive. It's like, you know, when you come home after a long time and the house remembers you even though you've never been there before. Sirzechs was quiet for a moment. "I don't have a reference for that, no." "Right." Naruto looked at the ceiling, the carved ceiling, the symbols that matched the outer chambers but were denser here, more layered. "It's recognition. The room, the throne, whatever's beneath it, they recognize the bloodline. They were built to. And they've been," he stopped. Reached for the right word. "Patient. They've been patient." "What does that feel like?" "Like being trusted," Naruto said, and the simplicity of it landed in the room clearly. He looked at Sirzechs. "You couldn't open the door because it wasn't just locked. It was addressed. Like a letter with a specific name on it." He paused. "It was addressed to both of us. Together. That's why you could get to the corridor but not through, it was waiting for the moment we'd come together." Sirzechs' expression shifted. Something that had been held with tremendous care for 6 years, something that had accumulated the specific weight of a responsibility carried alone, moved in his face and settled somewhere it hadn't been before. Not released, it would take longer than one moment to release something that heavy, but shifted. Shared. He walked to the left throne and sat down. The room responded to that too, differently, familiarly, the fires adjusting their quality to something that said both seats rather than one seat, the carvings on the walls doing something subtle and complete, the deep frequency below the floor adding a harmonic that hadn't been there when only one throne was occupied. It was the difference between a single instrument and two instruments playing the same piece. Fuller. More complete. More itself. They sat in silence for a while. Naruto became aware, gradually, of specific things. The power that Kurama had described, the held not trapped kind, the given rather than taken kind, was identifiable now. It was bound into the throne itself, into the specific stone under his hands, and it was doing something to the boundary between himself and the underworld the same way a key changes the relationship between a person and a locked space. Not breaking a wall. Opening a door. He could feel the underworld. Not metaphorically. Not in the way you feel a large place's presence when you're standing in it. Actually feel it, the territories, the structures, the vast complex landscape of this world that existed in permanent twilight with its own logic and its own rhythms. He could feel it the way you feel your own hand. Not completely, not clearly, not with any precision yet, it was more like being aware that the nerve endings existed than being able to use them. But it was there. He could also feel, faintly, at the very edge of the range, the places where something wasn't right. "Tell me about the things sealed beneath this room," Naruto said. Sirzechs looked at him. "Ajuka told you." "He told me they existed and that he'd been trying to study them." Naruto kept his hands on the armrests, the warmth steady under his palms. "He said they resist analysis. That they're tied to the bloodline." "They are." Sirzechs looked at the floor below the dais, where the presence was strongest. The Lucifer line had, at its height, 3 specific abilities that set it apart from the other Satan bloodlines. Not just power, particular kinds of power. The first is what you'd expect, raw destructive capability, scale, the capacity to reshape the environment fundamentally. He glanced at Naruto. "I can do things with destructive power that most other beings cannot. Including the other Satans." "The Crimson Satan," Naruto said. "That's not just a title." "No." A pause. "The second ability is sovereignty. A resonance with the underworld itself, the ability to feel it, communicate with it in a way that, the underworld is not alive the way a person is alive. But it isn't purely dead matter either. It responds to the bloodline. Has since the first Lucifer. I can feel it, Naruto said. Already. It's like having a new sense. Sirzechs nodded, something in his expression confirming and complicated. It took me 3 years to develop that to any degree of precision. You've been sitting in that chair for 5 minutes. I've had good practice with new senses, Naruto said. The third ability is what's sealed, Sirzechs said. His voice went careful. I don't have it. It skipped me, or was inaccessible to me alone, I've never been certain which. The records my mother left describe it as the ability of the true Lucifer, not the title holder, the actual bloodline at its complete expression. Both seats occupied, both heirs present. He looked at Naruto with the expression of someone who has been holding a question for 6 years and is finally in the moment where asking it might get an answer. She called it the light of judgment. Kurama stirred. That's not a devil power, the fox said slowly. That name, the way the room resonates with it, that's older than devil society. That predates the 3 factions. What is it? Naruto thought. I don't know exactly. But it's not destructive. Not in the conventional sense. A pause. It's discerning. That's the closest word I have. It sees what things actually are. She left a description. Naruto asked. She left fragments, Sirzechs said. Enough to understand the shape without the detail. It's a perception, an ability to see through concealment. Not just illusions. Not just disguises. Something deeper. The true nature of things, the true intent of people, the true, she used the word weight. The weight of what something actually is versus what it presents itself to be. Naruto was quiet. He thought about the arena this morning. About Riser's face when he talked about memory and continuity, the real thing underneath the polished surface. He thought about the 2 empty seats in the crowd, the people who'd left before the fight ended. He thought about Ajuka's careful words about parties who wanted the second throne empty. He thought about the thing he'd felt, sitting in the symposium seat, at the edges of his new range, the places where something wasn't right. Someone's been working to keep this room empty, he said. Sirzechs said nothing. Not Riser, Naruto said. His opposition is real and in the open. This is something else, something that's been operating below the surface since before I got here. Since before you found the archive. He looked at Sirzechs. How long? I don't know for certain, Sirzechs said. But my best estimate is, since before my mother sent you away. The threat that made her do it. The same thing that killed her 2 months later. The fires in the room burned steadily. The hum below the dais was continuous and low. The messenger who found me, Naruto said. He was injured before he came through my window. Someone tried to stop him. Yes. Someone in the underworld knew he'd been sent. Yes. Sirzechs's voice was very controlled. I sent him in secret. The number of people who knew was 3, including Grafia. One of them, it wasn't Grafia. I'm certain of that. He paused. The third person is a member of the estate's administrative staff. I've had them under observation since the messenger failed to return through the gate. His jaw tightened. They haven't made another move since you arrived. They're watching. They're waiting, Naruto said. To see what the throne does when someone sits in it. Sirzechs looked at him. Whatever's sealed here, the light of judgment, the sovereignty sense, all of it, it's a threat to them, Naruto said. Not because of the power itself. Because of what the power perceives. He looked at his own hands on the armrests. If I can feel what things actually are, their true weight, then whatever they're hiding can't stay hidden. The room was very quiet. Then Sirzechs said, with the careful precision of someone choosing exactly the right number of words, there is a faction within the 3 factions, not publicly organized, not formally named, operating across all 3 groups, that has been working toward a specific goal for approximately 50 years. The details are incomplete. What I know is that their goal requires the underworld to be fragmented, internally conflicted, unable to act as a unified force. He looked at Naruto directly. A legitimate Lucifer sitting in that throne, with the full sovereignty sense active, with both seats occupied, that directly contradicts their 50-year project. How many people know this faction exists? Myself. Grafia. Ajuka. He paused. And now you. Does Rias know? Something moved in Sirzechs' expression, concern, the specific concern of someone who has been working to protect something precious and is suddenly aware the protection may have had limits. No. I've kept her out of it deliberately. She's involved in territory near the junction of all three factions, Naruto said. Human world. School territory. Multiple sacred gear holders in her peerage. He felt Sirzechs' attention sharpen. I don't know the specifics yet. But I felt it when I was sitting in the symposium seat this morning, something in her direction that wasn't quite right. Not from her. Around her. Sirzechs stood up from his throne. The movement was controlled but urgent in the way that a standing tide is urgent, not fast, absolutely relentless. You felt that from the symposium seat? With no training on the sovereignty sense. I felt something, Naruto said. I don't know what it was. I'm telling you because you should know I felt it. The school she operates from is Kuo Academy, Sirzechs said. In the human world. She runs a raiding game club as cover for her peerage operations. He stopped. There are fallen angels operating in the same territory. And there have been reports of unusual sacred gear activity. I've had Grafia monitoring but nothing concrete has. He stopped again. How accurate is what you felt? I don't know yet, Naruto said honestly. The sense is new and unrefined. But in my experience, when something feels wrong about a direction, something is wrong in that direction. He met Sirzechs' eyes. I want to go there. To Kuo. To Rias. To see what I felt and find out what it actually is. He stood from his own throne, and the room did something when both of them stood simultaneously, not dramatic, just a quality of completion withdrawing, the fires settling, the hum below the dais returning to its background level. The thrones kept their warmth. And because she should know. About the faction, about what's operating around her. She can make better choices with real information than with managed protection. Sirzechs looked at him with an expression that was having a quiet argument with itself. The part of him that had been protecting Rias from this information for years was in direct conflict with something else, the recognition, the same recognition Naruto had seen in him since the entrance chamber, of something genuine being presented. She won't thank me for keeping her out of it, he said finally. Not quite conceding. Acknowledging. She's going to figure it out anyway, Naruto said. She's smart and she's in the middle of it. Better she knows from us than finds out when she's alone in it. The argument on Sirzechs' face resolved. Not easily, not without cost, but genuinely. I'll arrange a transfer to the human world, he said. Tonight, if you want. Tomorrow, Naruto said. There's something I want to do here first. He turned back to the throne room. The walls, with the carvings now visible, told a story, not in any language he could read but in a structure he was beginning to recognize. Historical record, he thought. Not just symbols of power but an actual account of something. He walked slowly along the left wall, running his eyes over the carvings without touching, letting the shapes register. There were figures, stylized, not portraits, but identifiable as specific individuals by their position and surrounding symbols. Two figures recurring throughout, positioned at the same height, moving through what looked like a long sequence of events. The story of the Lucifer bloodline, he thought. Two figures, always two, moving together through history. Until the last panel on the right wall, where one figure was alone. He stood in front of it for a long time. The single figure in the final panel was standing in a space that the carving indicated as this room. He recognized the proportions, the position of the thrones in the background. The figure was alone, and around it the carving's lines were different, not the clean, deep cuts of the historical record but something more like the fraying edges of something unfinished. Like the story had ended in the middle. Below that panel, set into the wall itself, was a space, the exact size and shape of the disc he still carried in his pocket. He took it out. Looked at it. The lines on its surface had been rearranging since the vision, and now, in this room, in the warmth of the fires and the hum of the sealed things beneath the floor, they had reached what he suddenly understood was their final configuration. He pressed it into the space on the wall. The carving changed. Not all at once, slowly, the lines of the final panel rewriting themselves, the fraying edges becoming clean and deep again, the single figure in the room becoming two figures as a new shape carved itself into the stone beside the first with the patient deliberateness of something that had been waiting to finish a sentence for 23 years. Two figures, in this room, at these thrones. Sirzechs made a sound, just one, quickly controlled, but it had the quality of the rougher voice, the honest voice, the one that wasn't the Crimson Satan. She knew, Naruto said. When she sent me away, she knew the story wasn't over. He looked at the completed panel. She finished it herself. Just in advance. She was always, Sirzechs stopped. Steadied himself. She was always the one who thought furthest ahead. Naruto left the disc in the wall. It belonged there. He stepped back and looked at the complete carving, the full story, beginning to end, two figures present throughout, and something settled in him with the quiet finality of something finding its right place. They left the throne room together. The door, when it closed behind them, made the sound of something that was no longer waiting. The corridor back through the estate was quiet in the late hours. Gremory appeared at the junction, as she always appeared, with the timing that suggested she had simply always been there. She looked at their faces and absorbed the information in their expressions with the efficiency of someone who reads people as fluently as documents. "I'll prepare the human world transfer for tomorrow morning," she said. "How did you?" Sirzechs started. The throne room carvings completing would logically lead to a decision about the secondary situation, she said. The secondary situation is Rias. The next logical step is Kuo. She paused. "I've been thinking about the secondary situation for some time." "You didn't tell me," Sirzechs said. "I told you there was unusual sacred gear activity near her territory. You said it was being monitored." "It is being monitored," Gremory said. "By me. Through channels that don't pass through the estate's administrative staff." Her voice on that last phrase was precise in a way that carried a significant amount of meaning in very few words. Sirzechs looked at her. "I know about the third person," she said quietly. "I've known for 4 months. I've been managing the information they receive." She looked at Naruto. "Your arrival was announced through channels I did not control. But everything since has been shaped. You've been feeding them a version," Naruto said. "A version that makes me look predictable and unthreatening," Naruto said, understanding arriving. "A version that gives them confidence they know what's happening." "Yes," Gremory said. "So they think they have time," Naruto said. "They think they have a great deal of time," Gremory said. "They're wrong." He looked at her with the specific quality of respect he reserved for people who operated with full competence and no performance. "When do we move on them?" "After Kuo," she said. "What you find there will complete the picture. Right now we have individual threads. What's in Kuo connects them." She looked at him steadily. "I believe the situation around Rias is not incidental. I believe it was engineered, specifically, to create a point of leverage." "Against Sirzechs," Naruto said. "Against both of you, now," she said. "Your existence was known to them before the messenger reached you. They've been adjusting their plan since the symposium." The corridor was quiet. The fires burned. Naruto thought about Rias, her composure and her bright eyes, the way she'd laughed involuntarily and then looked at him with that expression of someone encountering something they hadn't prepared for. He thought about the wrongness he'd felt in her direction from the symposium seat, the specific quality of it, not danger from her but around her. "She's safe tonight?" he asked. "Tonight, yes," Grafia said. "Then we leave tomorrow," Naruto said. He looked at Sirzechs. "You should come. The Underworld's political situation, Ajuka can hold it," Naruto said. "And the people watching need to see that you and I move together. It removes the possibility of playing us against each other." He looked at Sirzechs steadily. "Which is something they're definitely considering." Sirzechs held his gaze for a moment, and the expression on his face moved through the Crimson Satan's careful consideration and came out the other side as something simpler. "All right," he said. They parted at the junction, Sirzechs toward his wing, Grafia toward whatever she did in the late hours that kept everything running. Naruto went back toward his room through corridors that felt more familiar than they had 2 days ago, past fires that had been doing something when he walked under them that he was only now identifying as response, subtle and continuous, the underworld's sovereignty sense running at its lowest register and noting the territory as his in the way he now understood it was supposed to. He sat on the edge of his bed and looked at the not-quite flower on his windowsill, still living, still tended, still the specific blue of the fires in the entrance hall. "The light of judgment," Kurama said. "You haven't asked me what I actually think it is." "What do you think it is?" "I think it's exactly what it sounds like," the fox said. "Not a weapon. A clarity. The ability to see what things truly weigh." A pause. "You've always had a version of it, you know. The reason you connected with people others couldn't reach. The reason Nagato listened to you when no argument should have worked. The reason Riser backed down today not because you beat him but because you saw him correctly." Naruto thought about that. "The throne isn't giving you something new," Kurama said. "It's giving you the old thing, named and structured and scaled up." A pause that had warmth in it. "I don't think you needed the throne to be what you are. But the throne might need you to be what it is." Naruto looked at the twilight sky outside the window. Tomorrow, Kuo. Tomorrow, Rias, and the wrongness he'd felt in her direction, and whatever was operating around her that had been engineered by people willing to kill a messenger to keep a throne empty. Tonight, rest. He lay back, and the underworld hummed below him with the continuous steady warmth of something that had been waiting a very long time and had only just, in the last 48 hours, begun to feel like itself again. Chapter 6, Rias and the Devil. She didn't expect Kuo was raining when they arrived. Not the dramatic rain of a world announcing its mood, just ordinary Wednesday rain, gray and persistent, the kind that made umbrellas mandatory and puddles unavoidable and gave the town the specific washed-out quality of a watercolor left in the window too long. Students moved in clusters under the school gate, hoods up, bags pulled close. A cat sat on a wall under an awning with the philosophical resignation of an animal that has made its peace with the weather. Naruto stood on the pavement outside Kuo Academy and looked up at the building and felt the wrongness he'd felt from the symposium seat sitting directly ahead of him, clear and specific now that he was close enough, like a smell that's been vague from across the room and becomes distinct when you step into it. Not danger, exactly. More like, tension held in a space for too long. The feeling of a room where someone has been waiting for something to happen, where the waiting itself has become its own kind of pressure, bending the air slightly out of true. "You feel it," Sirzechs said beside him. "Yeah." Naruto looked at the school, at the students, at the rain. "How long has this territory been active?" 2 years since Rias established the peerage here. The fallen angel presence predates that, they were using this area as a staging ground for something. We don't know exactly what. Sirzechs looked at the building with the expression of someone reading a document they don't like. She's been managing the overlap. Keeping her peerage out of direct contact with the fallen angels while maintaining the territory. Walking a line, Naruto said. Yes. In the dark, Naruto said. Without the full picture. Sirzechs said nothing, which was an answer. Grafia had stayed in the underworld, her presence would have announced something specific, and what they needed right now was not an announcement. It was just the three of them, Sirzechs in civilian clothes that still somehow looked like they cost more than most people's cars, Naruto in exactly what he always wore, and Kurama running as a quiet warm baseline under everything, already processing the territory's energy with the focused interest of someone who has just found something worth cataloging. There are 3 fallen angels within 400 meters, Kurama said. Stationary. They've been in the same positions long enough that I can feel the impressions they've left. A pause. And there's a sacred gear active inside the building. Something significant. What kind of significant? The kind that draws attention, Kurama said. Deliberately or not, something in there is broadcasting. Low level, but consistent. Like a beacon someone left running. Naruto filed that and started walking toward the building. We're not exactly inconspicuous, Sirzechs said, falling into step beside him. Good, Naruto said. I'm not trying to be. The interior of Koa Academy had the particular energy of a school in session, the ambient noise of many young people in contained spaces, the smell of chalk in cafeteria and the specific anxiety of upcoming exams, the occasional burst of laughter from somewhere down a corridor. Normal in all the ways that mattered on the surface. Naruto moved through it and noted the way the wrongness he'd been tracking adjusted as he walked, not moving away from him, not intensifying, just becoming more specific in its direction. 3rd floor. East wing. A door that had a sign on it that said Occult Research Club. He looked at it. Kurama was paying very close attention to whatever was on the other side. She'll be in there, Sirzechs said, and his voice had the specific quality it carried when he talked about Rias, the warmth of genuine protectiveness that hadn't quite resolved its conflict with the guilt of incomplete information. She uses it as the base for her peerage. Naruto knocked. A pause. Then the door opened, and a young woman with black hair and golden eyes looked out at him with an expression that combined polite inquiry and extremely efficient threat assessment in the same glance. She was dressed in a school uniform but wore it with the bearing of someone whose actual job had nothing to do with academics, and her gaze moved from Naruto to Sirzechs and back with the quick professional competence of someone who understood immediately that whatever this was, it was significant. Akino, Sirzechs said. Her expression shifted, recognition, then something more layered. Lord Sirzechs. Her eyes went back to Naruto. And you're the one. Probably, Naruto said. Can we come in? She stepped back. The room was larger than the door suggested, not because of any spatial manipulation, just because it was genuinely a large room that someone had furnished to be both functional and comfortable, with sofas and a long table and books along 2 walls and a chess set on a side table and the ambient quality of a space that was used regularly by people who spent real time in it. A fire was burning in a fireplace that shouldn't have fit in a school building but was simply there, managing the rain cold with cheerful indifference to architectural logic. 5 people in the room. All of them had been doing various things, reading, playing chess, a conversation cut short by the knock, and all of them had stopped and turned in the practiced way of people whose response to an interruption is always to assess it first. Rias was at the center. She was on her feet already, the red hair bright against the gray-windowed afternoon, and her face went through several things in quick succession when she saw them, Sirzechs, who she greeted with the warm reflex of genuine love, and then Naruto, who she greeted with an expression that was more complicated and more interesting. The composure was present, well-trained, doing its job. But her eyes had that quality again, the one from the symposium, the involuntary brightness that didn't ask permission. You're in my school, she said. I am, Naruto agreed. Why? Because there's something in this territory that needs looking at, he said, and because you should be the one to look at it with me rather than the one who finds out after. She absorbed that. Her eyes moved to Sirzechs with a specific quality of attention, not accusatory, but asking something. Sirzechs met her gaze and said nothing, and the nothing he said was apparently enough, because something in her expression settled into a decision. Everyone out, she said. Except Akino. Her peerage moved with the efficiency of people who trusted the instruction. Four people, Naruto noted them: a white-haired boy with mismatched eyes who moved with the deliberate care of someone managing a great deal of power at close quarters, a small girl in first-year uniform who smiled at Naruto with the guileless brightness of someone who hadn't yet learned to hide her curiosity, a young man with dark hair and a look that assessed everything it saw, a blonde boy who was the last through the door and gave Naruto one long careful look before pulling it closed behind him. The five of them, Naruto, Sirzechs, Rias, Akino, and Kurama as silent presence, sat. Naruto looked at Rias directly. Something in this territory is running a signal. A sacred gear, I think, but something modified. It's broadcasting on a frequency that anything sensitive will notice, including the fallen angels you've been navigating around for 2 years. Rias was very still. How do you know about the fallen angels? I felt them outside. 3 of them, same positions long enough to leave impressions. He tilted his head. Have you made contact? No. We've been maintaining distance. The agreement with my brother's office was to observe and not engage unless provoked. Her voice was even, but there was tension under it, the specific tension of someone who has been keeping the lid on a situation for longer than is comfortable. They haven't moved on the territory. I assumed it was a watching brief. It's not, Naruto said. He looked at Sirzechs. Sirzechs leaned forward, elbows on the table, and the Crimson Satan composure was present but thinned. He was speaking as himself, not as the title. Rias. There's a faction. It operates across all 3 groups: devils, angels, fallen. We've been aware of it for some time without being able to define its edges. What we know is that their goal requires the underworld to remain fragmented, unable to unify. He paused. The situation in this territory is not incidental. We believe it was engineered. Rias looked at him for a long moment. You knew. I suspected. I didn't have enough to, you knew, she said again, and her voice was perfectly controlled and absolutely precise and left no ambiguity about what she was feeling under the control. And you kept me in the middle of it without the full picture. Yes, Sirzechs said. He said it without qualification or excuse, which was the right choice and clearly cost him something. The silence in the room had a specific quality. Akino, who had been watching the exchange from the corner with the golden eyes that missed nothing, shifted slightly, not intervening, just present, the specific presence of someone who knew Rias well enough to know when to hold a space rather than fill it. Rias looked at the table for a moment. When she looked up, the composure was intact but the thing underneath it had shifted, not resolved, not forgiven, but moved to a place where it could be carried while other things happened. She was, Naruto noted with the specific recognition of someone who'd done the same thing many times, extremely good at that. At continuing to function through the thing you're not done processing yet. The sacred gear signal, she said to Naruto. You can feel it? From outside the building, he said. Clearly. It's one of my peerage members, she said. Hayadu Issei. He reincarnated 2 weeks ago. The sacred gear he carries is, she stopped. It's been drawing attention since before he was reincarnated. That's actually how this started. He was targeted by a fallen angel before I found him. Because of the gear, Naruto said. Because of the gear, she confirmed. Boosted gear, Kurama said, with the quiet certainty of something recognized. The Welsh dragon. I can feel it from here. That's Drake's power. Naruto blinked. He knew that name. One of the heavenly dragons, ancient beyond reckoning, sealed into a human sacred gear. He hadn't expected to walk into a school building and find it. The gear is why they're here, Naruto said aloud. The fallen angels. They're not watching your territory. They're watching him. Or waiting for an opportunity to move on him, Rias said. Same thing, different timing. Naruto looked at Sirzechs. And the faction you mentioned, they'd have an interest in the Welsh dragon's current host being, what? Controlled? Eliminated? Controlled, Most likely, Sirzechs said. The boosted gear in the wrong hands, or in no hands, removed from a host and sealed, changes certain balances significantly. So the fallen angels in this territory are either acting for themselves, acting for the faction, or both, Naruto said, working through it aloud. And either way, the target is Rias's peerage member, and Rias is in the middle because she reincarnated him. Which makes her peerage a problem for anyone trying to get to him, Akino said. Her voice was quiet and precise and had an undertone that Naruto catalogued as controlled but not controlled enough, something personal in how she said it, something that knew what it felt like to be targeted for what you were rather than who. It makes us a problem. Yes, Naruto said. He looked at her. You're Akino Himejima. She met his eyes. Yes. Fallen angel father, he said. Not unkindly, just directly, because she clearly preferred directness to the particular kind of sensitivity that was actually just avoidance. The fallen angels outside might be here for Issei. But they'd also be interested in you. Something moved in Akino's golden eyes, quick and precise and controlled back down in a breath. Yes, she said. They would. Does your father know you're here? My father's dead, she said. Does someone affiliated with him know you're here? A pause. Shorter than it should have been. Possibly. Naruto looked at her for a moment with the specific quality of seeing he'd been doing since the throne room, not the light of judgment, not yet, nothing that refined. Just the attention of someone who was genuinely looking and genuinely present. What he saw in Akino was a structure of considerable beauty and considerable pain, the two things wound together in a way that had made itself into a strength because there was no alternative, and a specific loneliness that sat under the competence and the composure like water under ice. He'd known that shape before. He'd worn a version of it himself for years. He didn't say any of this. He just filed it and moved on, because that was what she needed, not to be seen and then made much of, but to be seen and treated normally. All right, he said. Here's what's going to happen. Tonight, those three fallen angels are going to make a move. Not because I know their specific plan, because the signal from the boosted gear has been running for 2 weeks and that's how long things like that take to reach the point of decision. They've been deciding. They've decided. He looked around the table. We need to be ready for them. We are ready, Rias said. My peerage, your peerage is good, Naruto said, and meant it. The white-haired one especially. But this isn't just a territorial defense anymore. This is connected to something much larger and the people moving against you know it. He met her eyes. Let me help. Rias looked at him. The bright involuntary quality in her eyes was doing something more complex now, something that was working through the tangle of pride and pragmatism and something else that wasn't either of those things and was probably going to need more time than one rainy afternoon to fully identify. You're Lucifer, she said. Half of it, he said. You don't need to be here. I want to be. Why? He thought about that honestly, because she deserved the honest answer. Because Sirzechs looked at you and said your name the same way Irika used to say mine, he said, and I know what that means about how much someone matters. And because whatever's in this territory is connected to people who tried to keep me from existing, and I don't let things like that go. He paused. And because you've been walking a line alone for 2 years and that's too long. Rias was quiet for a moment. Then she said, you're nothing like I expected. I know, he said. You keep saying that like it's normal. For me it is. She looked at him for another moment, the composure doing its job and the eyes doing something else entirely, and then she made a decision. He could see the moment it happened, the small shift in her posture that meant she'd moved from considering to resolved. All right, she said. You help. But it's my territory. She held his gaze steadily. My peerage, my call on ground. Understood, Naruto said. You don't argue that. Why would I? You know this ground. I don't. He shrugged. I'm not here to run things. I'm here because it needs doing. Akino made a sound that might have been a laugh very effectively disguised as a cough. Rias gave her a brief sideways look that contained volumes of shared history and then returned her attention to the table. They planned. Rias was good at it, precise and logical with a tactical intelligence that had clearly been developed through real experience rather than theory, that knew the ground and knew her people and knew the variables. She laid out the territory, the fallen angels' positions, her peerage's capabilities with a clean efficiency. Naruto listened and asked the questions that found gaps and the questions that confirmed assumptions and did not offer solutions until she'd finished, and when he did they were additions rather than corrections. Sirzechs was largely quiet. He sat back and watched the two of them work through the problem, and his expression was the specific expression of someone watching something they'd hoped for a long time happen in a form slightly different and significantly better than they'd imagined. It was Akino who brought tea, which she did at some point in the middle of the planning with the quiet efficiency of someone who understood that significant things worked better with something warm in your hands. She handed Naruto his cup without asking how he took it, black, which was correct, and their fingers didn't quite touch in the exchange, and Naruto said thank you and meant it with a directness that made her pause for just one half-beat before she moved on. The fallen angels will come after dark, Rias said. The rain gives them cover. They'll target Issei first, try to separate him from the peerage. They won't manage it, Naruto said. We can't be certain of that. He's still learning to use the gear. No, I mean they won't separate him from the peerage because I'll be watching the approach, Naruto said. I'll know when they move before they get inside the building. Rias looked at him. You can feel their movements from this far. Kurama can, Naruto said. We share the range. The Nine Tails, Rias said, with the particular tone of someone updating their model of a situation significantly. My partner, Naruto said, the same way he always said it. The afternoon moved. The rain continued. The school's rhythms continued around the clubroom, bells, the sound of distant activity, the gradual shift of afternoon into early evening as students cleared out and the building quieted. Rias's peerage returned at some point, the five of them filing back in and absorbing the situation from the room's changed quality without needing it explained. The dark-haired boy who assessed everything, Kiba, Rias called him, took one look at Naruto and reached a conclusion about him that showed briefly in his eyes as something between reassessment and relief. Issei was the interesting one. He came in last, this Hayato Issei, and he had the energy of someone who was still getting used to what he was and hadn't yet reached the point where the getting used to had settled into confidence. But underneath that there was something, a warmth and a directness and a specific quality of caring about things that Naruto recognized with the immediate ease of someone who has spent their life recognizing it, because it was the quality he recognized best and liked most. He also had the Welsh dragon in him. Even without extending his awareness deliberately, Naruto could feel it, the enormous weight of something ancient and incalculably powerful, sitting inside a teenager who was still figuring out how to hold it. Kurama was paying very specific attention. He has no idea what he's carrying, the fox said. I had no idea what I was carrying either, Naruto thought. Fair, Kurama said. Issei looked at Naruto with the frank appraisal of someone who read people through instinct rather than training. You're strong, he said, without ceremony. Yes, Naruto said. Like, really strong. Yes. Okay. Issei nodded, apparently satisfied, and sat down. Are we expecting trouble tonight? Yes, Rias said. Okay, he said again, with the specific equanimity of someone who has already been killed once and returned and has recalibrated their relationship with danger accordingly. Naruto found he liked him immediately. The call came at 9:47, which was Kurama saying they're moving in a tone that was calm and certain and left no room for misinterpretation. Naruto was already on his feet. Now, he said. Rias stood with the contained urgency of someone whose training and readiness converged into motion cleanly, no wasted movement. Her peerage followed with the practiced synchrony of people who have drilled together long enough that the language between them was mostly spatial, where people were and where they were moving was the communication. They went out through a back way that Rias knew and the fallen angels didn't, into the rain, into the school grounds that were empty of students and full of the specific quality of a territory about to become contested. The three fallen angels came from the east. They were fast and serious and clearly experienced, not scouts, not observers, operatives. The one at the point had a light spear already formed, the cold concentrated light of a fallen angel's sacred light weapon casting pale shadows on the wet ground. Behind her, two more, flanking with the practiced competence of people who had done this before and expected it to be finished quickly. They stopped. Because standing between them and the building, alone in the rain, was Naruto. He was not doing anything dramatic. He was just standing there, hands in his pockets, looking at them with the particular quality of calm attention that said he'd known they were coming for a long time and had chosen this exact spot on purpose. The lead fallen angel looked at him. Her light spear didn't waver, but something in her expression recalculated. "Who are you?" "Naruto," he said. "That's not an answer." "It is, actually." He tilted his head slightly. "You're here for the boosted gear host. Issei Hayadu. I'm telling you that's not happening tonight." "You're one person," she said. "Yes," he agreed. The second fallen angel was looking at him with narrowed eyes, something running behind them that was close to recognition. "The chakra signature," she said to the lead, quietly. "I know," the lead said. They knew. Maybe not exactly, maybe not specifically, but they'd been briefed on what was in the Underworld's territory, and what they were looking at matched something in that briefing. The lead fallen angel's expression shifted from the professional confidence of an operative on a familiar job to something more careful and more honest. "This territory is marked as Gremory," she said. "It is," Naruto said. "And I'm a guest of Gremory. Which means whatever you came here to do tonight, you're doing it inside a territory under the protection of both Lucifer seats." He looked at her directly. "I'm not threatening you. I'm giving you accurate information and letting you make a choice." The three of them exchanged something, not words, just the rapid economy of communication between people who know each other well enough to have a conversation in glances. "We have orders," the lead said. "I know," Naruto said. "Whose?" A pause. Longer than it should have been, which told him something. "That's classified," she said. "Is it the faction?" Naruto asked. The reaction was small and immediate and real, a tightening around the eyes, a fractional shift in stance, the involuntary response of people who have just heard a word they were not expecting to hear from someone they were not expecting to know it. "You know about it," the second one said. "I know more than that," Naruto said. "Not a boast, information. I know the faction has been operating for 50 years. I know it operates across all three groups. I know its goal requires the underworld to stay fragmented." He looked at them steadily. "And I know that people who are operating under the faction's orders don't always know the full picture of what they're serving." He paused. "Do you?" The silence stretched. "Move on the territory tonight," Naruto said, "and this becomes a different conversation, one that happens with your councils involved, with questions being asked publicly that someone is currently paying very careful attention to keeping private. That's bad for everyone, including whoever's running you." He held their gaze. "Or you can stand down, go back to whoever sent you, tell them the Lucifer seat told you directly that this territory is occupied and aware. That creates a different kind of message." "What kind?" the lead asked. "The kind that tells the faction I know they exist," Naruto said, "without me having to say it loudly." He let that land. "Which gives them the option to respond through channels rather than force. That's the option I'd prefer." Another exchange of glances between the three. The lead fallen angel's light spear dissolved. Slowly, deliberately. She held Naruto's gaze as it went, and her expression was careful and unreadable and contained something that was probably close to respect, given where they were standing and what had just been offered. "This conversation didn't happen," she said. "I'm just standing in the rain," Naruto said. They left. He stood in the rain for a moment longer, watching them go, the wet pavement reflecting the school's exterior lights in long orange smears. The wrongness he'd been feeling since he arrived, the tension in the territory's air, had shifted. Not gone. But different, less like something about to happen and more like something that had just received a clear message and was deciding what to do with it. Rias came up beside him. She'd been watching from the edge of the building, close enough to move if it went differently, far enough to let it develop. Her red hair was wet, plastered slightly by the rain, and her composure was present but softer than it was inside, the rain doing what rain sometimes does to the layers people maintain between themselves and the world. You talked them down, she said. I gave them a better option, he said. That's the same thing. It's different enough to matter. He glanced at her. They were operating under orders they didn't fully understand. Most people do, at some point. The response to that isn't to remove them, it's to give them information. Rias looked at him sideways. The rain was steady and the night was quiet around them and the territory had the specific quality of somewhere that has just been through something and is settling. You didn't fight, she said, and there was something in her voice that was not quite disappointment and not quite relief, that was trying to locate itself between the two. I didn't need to, Naruto said. Fighting was always an option. It wasn't the best one. Most people with your level of power default to the best fight option, not the best option. Most people use power to solve the problems power is best at, Naruto said. The problem tonight wasn't a fighting problem. It was an information problem. He looked at her. Different tools. She was quiet for a moment. The rain came down. You scared them, she said finally. Without doing anything. The chakra reads large, he said. Kurama makes sure of that. He felt the fox's rumble of satisfaction in his chest and chose not to acknowledge it audibly. It's more than that, Rias said. She was watching him with the expression she'd been developing since the symposium, the one that was building toward a conclusion it wasn't ready to announce yet. You said something to them about the faction. Publicly, well. Out loud. On purpose, Naruto said. They'll report back that someone named them directly. That's a message to the faction itself, it tells them I know, without me having to make a formal declaration that forces everyone's hand before I'm ready. He glanced at her. Grafia is managing what information reaches the faction's contact in the estate. This adds to it. You're running a thread, Rias said. Working on one, he said. It's early. She looked at him for a long moment with the rain coming down between them and the wet school grounds quiet around them, and whatever was building in her expression finally became clear enough to read, not the involuntary brightness from the arena, not the recalibration of the symposium, but something more direct than either of those. Something that had decided to be honest even if honesty was uncertain. Why are you actually here, she said. Not the faction. Not the territory. You, here, specifically. He looked at her. I told you earlier. You told me reasons, she said. That's not the same thing. He thought about how to answer that honestly, which was the only way he knew to answer anything. Sirzechs said your name the way people say names that matter, he said. And when I sat in the symposium seat and felt the territory for the first time, I felt this direction and it felt, I don't have a better word than wrong. And I've been following wrong feeling things toward their source my whole life because that's how you find out what's actually happening. That's still reasons, she said. What else would it be? She looked at him steadily. You came here specifically. To me. Before the throne room was formally activated, before the sovereignty sense was properly developed, before any of the political dimensions were resolved. You came here. Her voice was careful and specific and entirely her own, not the devil noble, not the Gremory heir. Just Rias Gremory, standing in the rain, asking a clear question. Why specifically me? Naruto looked at her. He thought about what Kurama had said about the light of judgment, not a weapon, a clarity. The ability to see what things truly weigh. Because out of everyone I've met here, he said, you're the most honest person in the room when you're not trying to be. He held her gaze. Everyone else is managing something. You manage it too, but underneath you're just saying what you actually think. Even when you don't mean to. He paused. I find that worth going somewhere specific for. The rain came down. Rias looked at him and the composure was not doing its job right now and she clearly knew it and had decided that was acceptable. Her eyes were bright in the rain dark, the specific bright that had no performed quality to it whatsoever. She started. Yeah, Naruto said. I was going to say that's an unusual thing to say. Probably, he agreed. It's also accurate, she said. Which makes it more unusual. I try to be accurate, he said. They stood in the rain for a moment longer, the two of them, the school behind them and the settled territory around them and the steady sound of water on pavement. Then Akino's voice came from the doorway, carrying the specific quality of someone who has excellent timing and knows it. I've made more tea. Also Issei is trying to explain the concept of the boosted gear to Sirzechs and it's going approximately as well as you'd expect. Rias turned toward the building, and the small sound she made was a laugh, genuine and warm, the involuntary kind. She glanced back at Naruto once, a quick, specific glance, the kind that says something has been noted, and then went inside. Naruto followed. Inside, Issei was indeed attempting to explain his sacred gear to the Crimson Satan with the earnest confidence of someone who did not fully understand what the Crimson Satan was and had therefore not developed the appropriate level of awe that might have made him more concise. Sirzechs was listening with an expression of complete, genuine interest, and nodding at intervals, and the expression on his face was the most relaxed thing Naruto had seen from him since the sitting room by the fire. Akino handed Naruto a cup without comment. Their fingers didn't quite touch again. She moved away with the quiet efficiency of someone who had decided something and was not yet ready to disclose it. Naruto drank his tea and watched Issei explain the concept of sacred gear doubling to the second most powerful devil in existence with total unself-conscious earnestness, and felt, for the first time since stepping through the gate and into this world, something that was simply and straightforwardly good. He thought about what Kurama had said, that the throne wasn't giving him something new, just something old made larger. He thought about what Grafia had said, that honest information served better than managed impressions. He thought about the wrongness in the territory, which had shifted tonight from a pressure about to break into a pressure that had received a message, and what that meant for the thread he was working. He thought about red hair in the rain. You're not thinking about the faction, Kurama observed. I'm thinking about several things at once, Naruto thought. That one specifically, Kurama said, with the specific tone the fox used when he was being deliberate. She asked a direct question and I gave her a direct answer, Naruto thought. That's all that was. Yes, Kurama said. That's what that was. The fox said nothing else, but the warmth that ran through him had the quality of an old entity being privately, thoroughly amused. Outside, the rain continued. The territory was quiet. The three fallen angels were somewhere on their way back to whoever had sent them, carrying a message no one had expected them to carry. And in the Underworld's administrative estate, in a room Grafia had found and quietly locked from the outside after identifying its occupant, a member of the estate staff sat with a communication device and a great deal less information than they thought they had, sending reports to someone who was, right now, beginning to understand that the situation had changed significantly. The thread was running. Chapter 7, The Conspiracy Beneath the Conspiracy. The morning after the rain, Naruto sat on the roof of Kuo Academy and watched the town wake up. Not brooding, he didn't really do brooding, had never seen the point of giving a hard thing more weight than it already carried. He was just sitting, legs over the edge, watching the light come in across the rooftops and the first students filter through the gate below, and thinking in the particular way he thought when something important was crystallizing, not pushing at it, just letting it arrange itself. Kurama was doing the same thing in his own way. The fox had been running a slow continuous scan of the territory since last night, cataloging the fallen angels' withdrawal, tracking the residual signatures they'd left in the air the way a hand leaves warmth on a surface. The scan had picked up something else in the early hours. Something that wasn't the fallen angels and wasn't Rias's peerage and wasn't anything Naruto had a clean reference for yet. It moved once, around 4 in the morning, Kurama said. Single entity. High power. It wasn't here, it passed through the edge of the territory's range and kept moving. Heading toward the Underworld's transit point. Naruto had already worked through what that meant. Someone had come to check on the fallen angel's mission, found it incomplete, and left. Not staying to investigate because staying would risk being identified. A watcher above the watchers. Did you get a clear read? He said quietly. Enough, Kurama said. Not enough to name. Enough to recognize if I encounter it again. That was sufficient. More than sufficient. The roof access door opened behind him. He'd heard the footsteps on the stairs, lighter than Sirzechs, too deliberate to be Issei, a pace he'd catalogued yesterday as specific to one person. You didn't sleep, Ria said. I slept for 3 hours. That's enough. He didn't turn around. You brought coffee. A pause. How did you smell? He said. Also you make slightly more noise when you're carrying something. She came to stand at the roof edge beside him, which required a certain comfort with heights that she had clearly developed and he respected. She handed him a cup without making it a thing, and he took it with the same quality of ease. The coffee was strong and black, which was accurate. She sat, legs over the edge the way he was sitting, and they looked at the town together in the morning light. She was in uniform already, the school day was starting soon, the normal life that ran parallel to everything else running in this territory continuing with its complete indifference to territorial politics and faction conspiracies. The faction contact in the estate, she said. He looked at her sideways. Sirzechs told me last night, she said. After you were on the roof. He told me everything, the faction, the 50 years, the messenger, why he kept me out of it. She held the coffee cup in both hands and looked at the middle distance with an expression that had clearly done its work overnight and come out on the other side of the acute phase. We argued. Properly. Good, Naruto said. She glanced at him. You think arguing with your brother is good? I think arguing honestly is always better than not arguing and pretending, he said. How did it end? He apologized, she said. Genuinely. Without qualifications. She paused. He's not good at that, usually. He tends to explain rather than apologize. They're different things. They are, Naruto agreed. You understand the difference. I've explained when I should have apologized plenty of times, he said. I learned the difference from the receiving end. He drank the coffee. How are you? She seemed briefly surprised to be asked directly. Processing, she said, which was honest. I've been managing this territory with incomplete information for 2 years. That's frustrating. But I also know why he did it, and the why doesn't make it right but it makes it coherent. She looked at her hands around the cup. He was trying to protect me. He was, Naruto said. And it was the wrong call. Yes, she said. But it was made from the right place. She looked at him. Is that a strange thing to say? No, he said. Most wrong calls are. That's what makes them complicated. She was quiet for a moment, and the morning continued around them, and then she said, You already know who it is. The faction contact. In the estate. Naruto looked at her. You haven't said it, she said. But you know. I can tell, the same way you said you could tell things about people when they're being honest without trying to be. She met his gaze steadily. You've known for at least a day. He considered that. She was right, and she was right that he hadn't said it, and the question of why he hadn't was worth being honest about. Grafia confirmed the contact 4 months ago, he said. She's been managing what they know since then. The moment I name them openly, the management ends and we move into a different phase. He paused. I'm not ready to move into that phase yet. There's still a piece missing. The watcher above the watchers, Rias said. He looked at her more sharply. Kurama runs a scan, she said. I heard you talking to yourself at 4 in the morning through the ceiling. The walls here are thinner than they look. She held his gaze. Something moved through the territory's edge and left. He was quiet for a moment. Then, you have good instincts. I have experience with things operating around me that are larger than what's visible, she said, and there was a specific dryness in her voice that was entirely earned. You pick up the pattern eventually. The Watcher, he said, is the piece that connects everything else. The faction contact in the estate is an operative, a function, not a decision-maker. The fallen angels in this territory are operatives. Whoever is at the center of a 50-year project running across all 3 factions is not an operative. He looked at the town below. I need to know who that is before I move, because moving without knowing who I'm actually pointing at just scatters the pieces and they reassemble somewhere less visible. So you wait. I let them think I'm still locating the thread, he said, while I finish locating the thread. Rias looked at him with the expression that had been developing since the symposium and had become something else again last night in the rain and was now something more settled, more specific, the expression of someone who has reached a conclusion they're at peace with. The light of judgment, she said. He turned to look at her fully. Sirzechs told me about that too, she said. Last night. The third ability, the one sealed in the throne room. She held his gaze. He said you sitting in the throne unlocked the sovereignty sense immediately. That it took him 3 years to develop to any precision. She paused. The light of judgment. Can you use it yet? No, he said honestly. I can feel the edge of it. What it's going to be. But it's not accessible yet, it needs both thrones occupied for longer than one night, I think. The throne room was teaching me the shape of it. He looked at his hands. Kurama compares it to his own sense, the way he read signatures for thousands of years before he had words for what he was feeling. The sensing comes first. The language for it develops after. What does it feel like? She asked. He thought about that. Like the difference between knowing someone is in the room because you can see them, and knowing they're in the room before you open the door. He paused. It's not that I can see through people yet. It's more that I can feel the weight of what they're carrying. The discrepancy between what someone presents and what they actually have on them. He looked at her. With some people there's no discrepancy. What you see is what they have. She absorbed that. And with others? There are people walking around carrying things that don't match what they're showing, he said. The heavier the discrepancy, the more it registers. He met her eyes. You're a clean read, if you're wondering. Very little gap between what you carry and what you show. Something moved in her expression, not quite the involuntary brightness, something quieter and more private. Is that unusual? Here. Yes, he said. In the underworld politics specifically, very. And the contact in the estate, she said. Carries the heaviest discrepancy I've felt since I arrived, he said. The gap between what they present and what they're actually carrying is significant. Old. He paused. Deliberate. Built over a long time. She was quiet for a moment. Then, carefully, is it someone close to Sirzechs? He looked at her and said nothing. Her expression shifted. Not shocked, she was too honest with herself for performance, but genuinely moved by something difficult. How long has he doesn't know, Naruto said. Grafia identified them through external indicators. Neither of them know who specifically. That's the piece Grafia has been protecting. He looked at the morning. It's also the piece that makes the whole thing real in a way that politics and faction theory doesn't. Someone close. Someone trusted. That's not an operative. That's something older and uglier. Ria set her coffee down and looked at the town below them and was quiet in a way that meant she was holding something heavy with her whole self and not trying to put it down immediately. "He's going to be devastated," she said. "Yeah," Naruto said. "He is. And he'll manage it like he manages everything else, so completely that you'd barely know, except for the edges." "Yeah," Naruto said again. "So we make sure he doesn't have to manage it alone." She looked at him sideways. Something in her face was very open right now, more open than he'd seen her, the morning light and the height and the conversation having collectively removed the layers that the world below usually required. "You've known him for 4 days," she said. "Doesn't take long to know what someone needs," he said. "Sometimes it takes less than that." She held his gaze for a moment and then looked away, back at the town, and said nothing for a while, and that was fine. The morning continued. A group of students below was arguing about something with the passionate conviction of people for whom the argument of this moment was the most important thing happening in the world, which from inside it was. The door opened behind them again and Akino appeared with the same timed precision she'd had last night, carrying a tray with considerably more coffee and what appeared to be food. She looked at the two of them sitting at the roof edge with the expression of someone who has walked in on a scene and is assembling it rapidly and accurately. Her golden eyes moved from Rias to Naruto and back, and whatever she concluded showed briefly in the small curve of her mouth before she composed it back. "Sirzechs is asking for you both," she said. "The Underworld communication channel activated 20 minutes ago. Grafia is on it." Naruto was already moving. The room Rias used for private communications was small and contained and had the quality of somewhere that had been used for significant conversations before. Sirzechs was at the communication array, something that looked like a combination of a mirror and a mechanism, the image in it slightly too clear to be a reflection, and Grafia was on the other side of it. She looked, for the first time in Naruto's experience of her, like she had been surprised. Not severely. Grafia's version of surprise was what most people's version of complete composure looked like. But there was a fractional quality to her expression, the specific tightening around the eyes that meant something had arrived in the category she hadn't allocated for it. "What happened?" Sirzechs said. "The contact made a move," Grafia said. Her voice was level. "Not through the communication channels I've been monitoring. Through a dead drop. Physical. It was left last night." She paused. "The message was not for me to intercept, it was for a specific person in Kuo. Someone who was supposed to receive the fallen angel's report and communicate the result upward." "Someone in Kuo," Naruto said. Grafia's eyes moved to him. "A stray devil. Operating independently, or appearing to. He arrived in this territory 3 weeks ago. No formal allegiance declared, no peerage, no clan alignment. He's been in the town as a civilian." She paused. "He's not a civilian." "No," Naruto said. "He's not." "You knew about him," Grafia said. "It was not a question. I felt him. Didn't know what it meant yet, I filed him as something to look at later." Naruto looked at Sirzechs. "The dead drop message. What did it say?" Grafia's expression went careful in the way it went careful when the information it was about to deliver was not separable from its impact. The message confirmed that the mission to acquire the boosted gear host had failed. It also instructed the Kuo contact to move to secondary protocol. A pause. The secondary protocol involves direct action against Rias Gremory's peerage. Not acquisition, elimination. The room went very quiet. Rias was in the doorway. She'd followed them from the roof, and she was there, and she'd heard it, and her face was doing the thing it did when she was managing something large, the composure absolutely present, the thing underneath it absolutely real. "Elimination," she said. The word was flat. "The phrasing in the message," Grafia said, "indicates that the peerage is considered a complication that has outlived its usefulness as cover. With the Lucifer heir's arrival changing the underworld's political balance, direct action is now preferred over maintaining subtlety. They're cutting their losses, Naruto said. The long game is disrupted. They're moving to destroy the pieces on the board rather than play them. He looked at Sirzechs. That means the Kuo contact moves today. Before we can respond. Who gave the instruction? Sirzechs said. His voice was the controlled version, the Crimson Satan version, but there was something under the control that was the edge Naruto had heard before, old anger, genuinely felt, meeting a new surface to press against. The dead drop signature, Graphia said. She paused for a fraction too long. I know it. The signature is one I've seen before. In the estate's private correspondence archives. Her voice on this was as controlled as Sirzechs's but different in quality, the control of someone delivering something they've known they would have to deliver and have been preparing for. It belongs to Lord Zephyros of the Astaroth line. Sirzechs went absolutely still. Naruto watched him. He watched the stillness move through the man across from him the way stillness moves through deep water, not absence of motion but the presence of something so vast that motion becomes irrelevant beside it. The Crimson Satan composure was doing everything it could and it was, for this one moment, not quite enough, and the thing underneath it was not anger, not yet. It was the specific quality of something structural being broken, a load-bearing wall, something you built against for a long time without knowing you were building against it. Zephyros, Sirzechs said. Just the name. Flat and precise as a cut. He was one of the people who knew about the messenger, Graphia said, and the care she put into those words was the care of someone who understood they were delivering something that could not be taken back. He was the third person. He has been in correspondence with the faction since, she stopped. Since before your mother died, Sirzechs. The archive trail, when I followed it back properly, predates you taking the title by 9 years. 9 years. He'd been inside Sirzechs's confidence for 9 years. Had sat in the estate, had advised, had been present for the years of searching for Naruto, and had been the one ensuring the searches failed. Had known about the messenger. Had told them. Sirzechs turned from the communication array. He walked to the window of the small room, which looked out onto the school grounds below, and stood with his back to them, and was quiet for a long moment. His hands were at his sides and completely still and his shoulders were doing the work that a person's shoulders do when they are holding something difficult with the whole body because there's nowhere else to put it. Naruto crossed the room and stood beside him. Not speaking. Not performing solidarity. Just beside him, the same way he'd walked into the symposium hall, present, specific, there. After a moment, Sirzechs said, I've known him since I was 12. I know, Naruto said. He was someone I considered, he stopped. I know, Naruto said again. How do you know? Because the people who hurt you the most are always the ones you trusted the most, Naruto said. That's not a coincidence. It's the only way it works. Sirzechs was quiet. Outside the window, the school ground below was ordinary and indifferent and very far from anything happening in this room. When did you know? Sirzechs asked. I felt the discrepancy the day of the symposium, Naruto said. The heaviest one in the room. I didn't know who it was yet, just a signature. I built the picture from there. You didn't tell me. No. Why not? Naruto thought about how to answer that honestly. Because knowing too early would have changed how you moved around him before we had the full picture. And because I needed you to be able to function at the symposium, at the arena, in everything since, without the knowledge of this specific thing sitting on top of everything else. He paused. I'm telling you now because we're at the point where having the full picture is more important than managing how you function. Sirzechs turned from the window and looked at him. His eyes were clear, the composure had returned, settling back over the broken thing with the specific quality it had when it was being used as an instrument rather than a performance. But the broken thing was visible behind it, and he wasn't trying to hide that it was. That was different from before. What do you want to do? Naruto said. I want to end this, Sirzechs said. His voice was quiet and precise and entirely certain. I want to find every thread and follow it to its conclusion and close it completely. He looked at Naruto. What do you need from me? I need to find the Kuo contact before he moves on Rias's peerage, Naruto said. That's immediate. The secondary protocol, if the instruction went out last night, he has a window. He turned to Graphia in the communication array. How long is the window? Based on the faction's operational patterns, Graphia said, 12 hours from the instruction being received. The contact received the dead drop at approximately 2 this morning. 6 hours left, Naruto said. Where is he right now? I've had eyes on him since I identified the dead drop, Graphia said. He's in a residential building 3 streets east of the school. Ground floor apartment, no visible preparation yet. But if secondary protocol includes staging, he's already staged, Naruto said. 3 weeks of being a civilian is 3 weeks of preparation. He looked at Rias, who had been in the doorway since Graphia named Zephyros, who had watched Sirzechs receive what Zephyros had cost their family and had not looked away from it. Your peerage. Can you call them back right now? Already sent the message, Akino said from beside Rias. She had her phone out and a quality of focused readiness that said she'd been there since Graphia started talking and had been working through the operational requirements in real time. They're on their way. Good. Naruto looked around the room. Sirzechs, the Kuo contact is mine. You're the one who goes back to the Underworld today and handles Zephyros. Not Graphia, not anyone else. You. Directly. He held Sirzechs's gaze. This ends today. Both ends, simultaneously. When the contact is removed and Zephyros is facing you directly, whatever network they've been using loses its center and its edge at the same time. He paused. The people in between, the operatives who were following orders, we give them the choice. Same as the fallen angels last night. Some of them won't take the choice, Sirzechs said. Some of them won't, Naruto agreed. That's on them. Sirzechs looked at him for a long moment. You're asking me to go face the man I trusted for 9 years and confront him alone. I'm not asking, Naruto said. I'm saying you should. Because he needs to face you specifically, and you need to face him specifically, and doing it through intermediaries or with backup changes what that moment is. He met Sirzechs's eyes directly. You can do it. You don't need me there for it. Something in Sirzechs's expression shifted in the way things shifted when the right thing is said at the right moment, not transformed, but clarified. The broken thing behind his eyes was still there. It would be there for a while. But around it, the rest of him had oriented. Graphia goes with me, he said. Yes, Naruto said. And you, here, Naruto said. Until Rias's territory is clean. Sirzechs nodded once, with the finality of someone closing one chapter and opening another simultaneously. He moved to the communication array and began issuing the instructions that would bring the underworld side of this to bear with the efficiency of the Crimson Satan at full function, precise, fast, leaving nothing to improvisation. Graphia took notes that were not really notes, were more like the crystallization of decisions already made, and her expression was the focused silver clarity it wore when she was in full operation. Rias touched Naruto's arm, brief and specific, drawing him 2 steps to the side. The stray devil, she said. Her voice was quiet enough that it was between them. You know where he is. I know where he was for this morning, Naruto said. Give me a minute. He reached out through Kurama's range, not the sovereignty sense, not the light of judgment, just the Ninetales' vast old awareness extending through the territory like water through stone, feeling for signatures, finding the one that had been filed for later and was now immediately relevant. The signature was moving. Not toward the school, east, then south, a route that circled the territory's residential zone with the specific efficiency of someone who knew their ground and was using it. He's moving, Naruto said. Not toward the school yet, he's staging. He's picking up something. He paused. Weapons? Equipment? Power, Kurama said. There's a cache he buried. I can feel it activating as he draws on it. Stored demonic energy, condensed. He's arming up. He's arming, Naruto said. Which means he expects resistance. Which means he knows we know. The fallen angels reported back, Ria said. He knows the mission failed and that someone knew they were coming. He doesn't know how much we know, Naruto said. He thinks he has a window. He's wrong, but he thinks he does. He looked at the door. Then at Rias. You take Akino and your peerage and you lock down the school, he said. Issei specifically, keep him central, make sure the boosted gear isn't isolated. The contact's secondary protocol will prioritize him as the primary target even if the approach changes. He met her eyes. Don't engage the contact directly. Let me find him. This is my territory, she said, and her voice had the same quality it had the first morning, the exact, principled precision of someone who actually believed in what they were protecting. Yes, he said. And your peerage is your responsibility. I'm not taking that from you. I'm asking you to protect what matters while I remove the threat. He held her gaze. Different jobs. Both matter. She looked at him with the expression that had moved through so many phases since the symposium and had settled, now, into something that was simply direct. No composure doing work on it, no management. Just her. Be careful, she said. I don't need to be, he said, which was the honest version of what most people meant when they said they would be. Her expression moved, not quite the involuntary brightness, something different, something with more weight in it. She held his gaze for one more second and then turned and moved, and Akino followed her with the fluid precision of someone matching a movement they'd matched 1,000 times, but Akino's eyes went to Naruto once over her shoulder, brief and specific and carrying something personal in them that was neither challenge nor performance. He noted it and moved. Outside, the morning had fully arrived. The school day had begun, he could feel the building's rhythms, the contained energy of classrooms in session, the particular density of young people in close proximity with their various intensities and anxieties and small joys running alongside each other in the specific way of adolescent shared space. He moved through it and out the back of the grounds, into the residential streets behind the school, and opened his range. The signature was northeast now, moving steadily with the quality of someone who had armed themselves and was running a route. Not rushing, measured. Controlled. The signature was strong, stronger than the fallen angels had been, with the specific quality of something that had been hidden carefully and was now fully expressed. Old power, long stored, running hot. Naruto moved parallel to it, not closing directly, letting it move while he tracked, getting a sense of the shape of the approach. The contact had a route planned. He'd been in this territory for 3 weeks and he knew it, had mapped it, had identified the best approach to the school for exactly this moment. Naruto found the point where the route would have to converge with his position and went there first. He waited in an alley between 2 residential buildings, the morning light falling in at an angle, a cat watching him from a windowsill with philosophical detachment. He stood with his hands in his pockets and felt the signature close the distance, felt the moment it registered his presence in its own tracking and stopped. A beat. 2 beats. Then the contact stepped around the corner. He was older than he'd appeared from a distance, mid-40s in apparent devil age, which made him considerably older in real time. He was dressed as a civilian but carrying the stored power with the specific quality of someone who had decided that subtlety was finished. His eyes found Naruto and did the rapid assessment of someone confronting an obstacle they hadn't planned for and were calculating around. Naruto Uzumaki, he said. He had a voice that was precise and careful and sounded like it had been constructed rather than developed, each word placed rather than said. The Lucifer heir. That's me, Naruto said. You're alone. Yes. The man's assessment shifted, recalculating, finding the shape of what was in front of him. You're blocking my route. I'm standing in an alley, Naruto said. You're blocking yourself. The man looked at him with the expression of someone who has decided that the direct approach is now the only approach. The stored power he'd collected moved in him like something coiled. You know what I am. I know you're here because someone who's been working against my family for 50 years told you to be, Naruto said. I know you received a dead drop instruction this morning telling you to move on Rias Gremory's peerage. I know you've been in this territory for 3 weeks building this capability. He paused. I know Lord Zephyros of the Astaroth line is currently being brought before my brother in the Underworld. He let that land. The network you're a part of is being closed from both ends simultaneously. Right now. The man went still. Not the stillness of someone accepting a situation, the stillness of someone recalculating rapidly, looking for an exit that might not exist. Zephyros, he said. He named the network when he was confronted, Naruto said, which was not technically true yet but would be true within the hour and was more useful as current information than as future information. Everyone who received the secondary protocol instruction is now a known operative. He held the man's gaze. You have the same choice the fallen angels had last night. That was different, the man said. Those 3 can walk away. He stopped. You're too deep in, Naruto said. Yes. How deep? A pause. The man looked at him with the expression of someone holding a door closed that they're not sure they have the strength to keep closed. Deeper than Zephyros, he said. He was a conduit. I've been, operational. For 15 years. How many operations? The door held for 2 more seconds. Then it didn't. 12, the man said. His voice had gone from precise and placed to something raw, the constructed quality dissolving with the specific dissolution of something that has been maintained at great cost, meeting the moment when the cost can no longer be paid. 11 that I was directed on. 1 that I initiated. The messenger, Naruto said. Not a question. The messenger was mine, the man said. Yes. His eyes were very steady, which was somehow worse than if they hadn't been. I knew Sirzechs had found someone who could reach you. I moved to intercept. Naruto looked at him for a long moment. The light of judgment wasn't fully developed, wasn't something he could deploy with precision yet, but what he felt from this man was clear even without it, a weight that was not evil in any simple sense, not the cartoonish darkness of someone who had chosen wrong for its own sake. It was the weight of someone who had made a choice a very long time ago and had been living inside that choice so completely that the choice had become their structure, and now the structure was collapsing, and what was underneath it was something that had been there before the choice, something that was tired, genuinely tired, with the bone-deep exhaustion of a very long commitment to something that had never been examined in the light. Why? Naruto said. The faction's goal, fragmenting the underworld. Why spend 15 years of your life on that? The man looked at him. Because a unified underworld under a strong Lucifer is not peace, he said. It's a different kind of dominance. The balance between the 3 factions, imperfect, contested, painful, is the only thing that has kept any of them from absolute supremacy. A Lucifer with both seats, with the sovereignty sense, with the light of judgment, his voice was flat and real. That's not balance. That's a thumb on every scale in the world. Naruto was quiet for a moment. You think I'd do that, he said. I think the position creates the incentive, the man said. Regardless of the individual. You thought that about Sirzechs too, Naruto said. And he's held both positions for years without doing it. He doesn't have the full power, the man said. The second seat was empty. The light of judgment sealed. The sovereignty sense limited to 1. He looked at Naruto with the specific clarity of someone who has been arguing with themselves about this for a long time and has landed on what they believe is the honest version. With you, it's different. What you are, what you carry, the combination of the Lucifer bloodline and what's inside you is something no single entity should have access to. Not even with the best intentions. So your answer was to kill me before I got here, Naruto said. My answer was to ensure the second seat stayed empty. His voice was steady. The messenger dying was he stopped. There's no word for that isn't a justification. No, Naruto said. There isn't. They looked at each other in the alley with the morning light coming in at its angle and the cat watching from the windowsill and the sound of the school filtering from somewhere behind the buildings, ordinary and indifferent. You're afraid of what I am, Naruto said. I'm afraid of what any one entity being what you are means for everyone else, the man said. Yes. And you thought the answer was to arrange it so I never existed here. Never sat in the throne. Never developed the sovereignty sense or the light of judgment. Naruto looked at him steadily. What you actually did, by keeping the second seat empty for 23 years, was keep the underworld running on one cylinder. Keep it fragmented from the inside, because the thing that unifies it most is what you were preventing. He paused. You weren't protecting balance. You were producing the imbalance you were afraid of. The man looked at him and said nothing, and the nothing was different from before, not the silence of someone holding a door closed, but the silence of someone looking at what's on the other side of the door and finding something they didn't expect. Come back with me, Naruto said. To the underworld. You face Sirzechs directly and you say what you said to me. All of it, same version. No managed impressions. He held the man's gaze. I'm not offering you a pass. I'm offering you a real conversation with the people whose lives you've been in, rather than a cell where the information stops at the door. Why? The man asked. Because you believe something, Naruto said. Even if the method was wrong, even if the consequences were catastrophic, you believe something. And I'd rather know what that is and argue with it in the open than have it sealed away where it can't be examined. He paused. The thing you're afraid of, me, the full Lucifer capability, the only answer to that fear is transparency. Not prevention. Transparency. The man looked at him for a long time. Then he said, You're going to be a genuinely difficult person to oppose. Most people find that, Naruto said. A pause. The secondary protocol is already void, Naruto said. Graphia has closed the communication channels. There's no one to report to. The man closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the stored power had gone, not removed, just released, let go of with the specific deliberateness of something set down by choice rather than taken by force. It was the most significant thing he'd done in the entire exchange. He walked forward, and Naruto fell into step beside him, and they went back toward the school under the morning light while the cat watched from the windowsill with its complete equanimity. Inside, Rias was in the corridor outside the occult research club with a kino at her shoulder and the specific quality of someone who has been holding a formation steady and is now watching it become unnecessary. Her eyes found Naruto and then the man beside him and moved through several expressions in quick succession. It's over, she said. This part, Naruto said. The underworld side. He reached out briefly through the sovereignty sense, not a full scan, just a touch, the way you check the temperature of water before you step in. Sirzechs has Zephyros, he said, feeling the underworld specific quality shift the way it shifted when something significant resolved. Yes. It's done. Rias exhaled, a controlled exhale, professional, but genuine. Beside her, Akino's golden eyes were on the man Naruto had brought back, not hostile but specific, reading something in him that she then filed with the quality of someone who knew what wounds looked like on people who were too old to heal them easily. Your peerage. Naruto said to Rias. Safe, she said. Issei broke a desk during the wait because the energy from the boosted gear ran high. But safe. Good. He looked at her. I'm going back to the underworld. Something moved in her expression. Brief and real and gone before it could be examined. Today. Today, he said. There are things that need to happen in sequence once Sirzechs has Zephyros, formal proceedings, the full Satan Council, the public disclosure of the faction. He held her gaze. And the throne room needs both seats occupied for longer than one night if the light of judgment is going to develop properly. I know, she said. Her voice was even. I know. Of course. I'll be back, he said. She looked at him with the directness that had characterized every genuine moment between them. When the underworld proceedings are stable enough to step away from. He paused. 3 days. Maybe 4. She held his gaze, and what was in her eyes right now was not managed, not composed, was simply the thing it was, a specific gravity that pulled in one direction and was honest about pulling. All right, she said. He started down the corridor and then stopped. Turned. Rias. She looked at him. The territory is clean, he said. But keep the peerage tight for the next few days. The faction center is gone but edges don't dissolve overnight. He held her gaze. And talked to Issei about the boosted gear. He needs to understand what he's carrying, properly, not just functionally. The gear will serve him better if the relationship is honest. I know, she said, and there was something in the way she said it that was both acknowledgement and something else, something warmer. You already knew, he said. I was getting to it, she said, and the corner of her mouth moved. He turned back down the corridor. Behind him, he heard Akino say something quiet to Rias that he deliberately didn't try to hear, and Rias's response, which was quieter still. Kurama, warm in his chest, said nothing at all, which was its own comment. Outside, the morning was full now, the light direct and clear after the rain, Ko going about its business with the complete indifference to significant events that ordinary places did best. Naruto walked through it toward the transit point and felt the underworld ahead of him, the sovereignty sense, still new, still learning its edges, but present and real and pulling with the specific quality of something that knew he was coming back. The faction was broken. The contact was taken. Zephyros was facing Sirzechs. 50 years of careful architecture was collapsing from both ends simultaneously, and what would come after it was not the clear landscape of a problem solved but the more complicated territory of a world that had been shaped by something for 50 years now having to find its new shape without it. That was the part that would take time. The rest, the formal proceedings, the public disclosure, the political reconfiguration of 3 factions realizing their balance had been artificially maintained, that was work, extensive and demanding and the kind of thing that didn't resolve in clean chapters. But the thread was followed. The center was named. The pieces were no longer in motion under the direction of something hidden. Naruto stepped into the transit point and let Kurama pull the gate open the same way they'd opened it the first time, the tear in the space between worlds, the darkness that was not cold on the other side, the quality of scale that the underworld always carried. He stepped through. The fires in the transit chamber came up as he arrived, blue and violet and red, the warmth of a world responding to the bloodline that had come home, and the deep low hum was different today, resolved, he thought, or resolving, like a chord that had been missing a note for 23 years and had finally been given it. He walked toward the estate. He had a brother who'd just confronted the person who'd spent 9 years inside his trust doing damage, and who would need not a performance of support but the specific presence of someone who understood what that cost without being told. He had a throne room to spend real time in, both seats occupied, the light of judgment beginning its slow development towards something that could be used rather than merely felt. He had a faction's worth of loose ends and the formal processes that followed the exposure of something this old and this deep. He had, he thought, several things to build. And underneath all of it, sitting in the part of his chest that Kurama occupied warmly and the throne's recognition had illuminated clearly, the specific gravity he'd felt in a school corridor pulling in one direction. 3 days. Maybe 4. He walked faster. Chapter 8, King Without a Crown. 3 days became 5. Not because things went wrong, because things went right in ways that required more time than 3 days could hold. The formal proceedings after Zephyros's confrontation were extensive and involved the kind of accumulated institutional weight that moved at its own pace regardless of how urgently the people inside it wanted to be somewhere else. The Satan Council convened twice. The disclosure was structured, sequenced, deliberate, Sirzechs and Naruto working through the order of revelations with Ajuka's methodical intelligence applied to the specific problem of how to tell a world that its balance had been artificial for 50 years without producing the chaos that the faction had always claimed to be preventing. Naruto spent most of the 5 days in the throne room. Not continuously, he slept, he ate, he had the conversations that needed having. But the throne room had become the center of his days the way training grounds had been the center of his days in Konoha, which was to say it was where the significant development happened, where the work was real, and where he consistently found himself returning to with the specific pull of something unfinished. The light of judgment developed the way Kurama had described, sensing first, language after, the ability to feel the weight of things becoming cleaner and more precise with each day. By the 3rd day he could feel the discrepancy between presentation and reality in a person within a minute of being in the same room. By the 5th day he could feel it from across a corridor, a specific signature as individual as a voice. He was careful with it, not because he was afraid of it but because precision required practice and he was not yet precise enough to trust it for anything consequential. The sovereignty sense deepened faster, because it had started first. By the 5th day the underworld was not a landscape he was in but one he was of. He felt its territories the way he felt his own limbs, not in detail but in their existence, their condition, the quality of what was happening in them. Ajuka spent 2 evenings with him working through what that meant operationally, with the focused interest of someone who had been trying to understand a system for years and had just been given direct access to someone who ran it natively. Sirzechs was different after Zephyros. Not broken, not in any way that compromised him, not in the way that damage to a structural thing makes everything it supports uncertain. But different, the way people are different when something they've been carrying without fully knowing they were carrying it is removed. The specific quality of the effort that had been running underneath everything, the low-level weight management of proximity to a betrayal you didn't know about, was gone. He was, Naruto thought, slightly lighter. Not happier in any simple sense. Zephyros was in custody and the proceedings would be long and the grief of it was real. But lighter. They talked about it once, just once, in the sitting room by the fire on the 4th night, in the way they'd talked the first night, without ceremony, without the formal layer. He argued, Sirzechs said. In the confrontation. Made the same argument the contact made to you in Kuo. That a unified underworld under full Lucifer power was a different kind of danger. I know the argument, Naruto said. He believes it, Sirzechs said. Not defending it, acknowledging it. He genuinely believes it. That's the part that, he stopped. Started again. It would be cleaner if it was simply ambition. If he'd been working against us for personal gain. But it wasn't that. No, Naruto said. It wasn't. He thought he was protecting something, Sirzechs said. A balance. Against us, specifically. A pause. He said he loved our mother. That he watched her make the choice to send you away and understood it as confirming his fear, that the full Lucifer bloodline was something the world needed protection from. That even she knew it. Naruto was quiet for a moment. She didn't send me away because of what we are, he said. She sent me away because of what he was doing. Because people like him were already moving against her. He looked at the fire. He took her choice and made it mean the opposite of what it meant. For 50 years. Sirzechs looked at him with the rough voice quality. How do you know that? Because she didn't run from the power, Naruto said. She ran from the people who were afraid of it. Those are different things. He looked at the portrait room, in the direction of it, the red-haired figures in their frames. She finished the carving herself. Left it sealed in the disc to complete when we were both ready. That's not someone who thought the story should end with one figure in the room. The fire burned. Sirzechs held that, received it, let it find the place it was meant to find. Thank you, he said. Stop thanking me, Naruto said. We're brothers. The particular quality of that simple sentence in that room, said that simply, landed in the space between them and was held by both of them for a moment before the conversation moved on. On the morning of the 5th day, Naruto asked Graphia to send a message to Kuo. She did it with the efficiency of someone who had been waiting to be asked and had the message half composed already. The formal gathering was a Juka's suggestion, which meant it was simultaneously the most logically optimal suggestion and the most politically sophisticated one, because a Juka operated in the space where those two things overlapped and tended to find proposals that served both without apologizing to either. The disclosure needs an audience, a Juka said, in the Lucifer Estates meeting room on the morning of the 6th day, with Sirzechs and Graphia and Naruto arranged around the table in the informal configuration that meant decisions were being made rather than performed. Not a council session, those are too contained, the information leaks in controlled directions. A gathering of all 4 Satans and representatives of the 72 pillars. Full disclosure in a single event, so the story is the same for everyone simultaneously. Riser will be there, Sirzechs said. Riser needs to be there, Naruto said. He's one of the people who came in as opposition and ended up being given something honest. He should see that the honesty continues. And Rias? Sirzechs said, looking at Naruto with the specific quality of not quite smiling. She's Gremory, Naruto said. She has a right to be present at a full disclosure that involves the family name. He held Sirzechs' not quite smile steadily. Also yes. Also yes, Sirzechs confirmed, with the unguarded warmth that was becoming less rare with each day. The gathering was set for the following morning. The venue was the same symposium hall, not because it was the only space large enough, but because closing something in the same place it opened had a particular resonance that Naruto had noted and asked for specifically. That afternoon, an hour before the Kuo contingent was scheduled to arrive through the transit gate, Naruto went back to the throne room alone. He sat in the right throne and put his hands on the armrests and let the room be what it was. The warmth under his palms, the carvings on the walls, the completed carving on the right wall with its 2 figures standing in this room exactly as he and Sirzechs had stood in it. The hum below the dais, continuous and low and present. He sat with the question he'd been carrying since the first night, not anxiously, not urgently, but present with it the way you're present with a question that's important enough to sit with before you answer it. King of the Underworld. The title was real. The bloodline was real. The sovereignty sense was real, growing every day, the underworld's vast awareness flowing through him with increasing clarity. The throne responded to him, the wards had reactivated, the old sealed things had given what they'd been holding. All of that was real and none of it was going away. But a title was not the same as a choice. Being recognized was not the same as choosing what to do with the recognition. And the question of what kind of king he was, whether he was a king at all in any sense that had meaning, was one he'd been letting crystallize since the throne room first opened. He thought about Konoha. About the Hokage's hat, which he'd cried over and hadn't worn yet because the paperwork kept interrupting the ceremonial moments. About the village that had looked the other way for years and then turned toward him, and what it had meant to serve something that hadn't always served him. About why he'd wanted it, not for the recognition, not for the power, but because being Hokage meant being responsible for the thing that mattered, and responsibility for things that mattered was the only kind of power he'd ever wanted. He thought about what Zephyros had said. The fear of concentrated power. The argument that was wrong in its application and right in its instinct, that no single entity should have unaccountable power over everything else. The argument that Naruto had sat with seriously rather than dismissing, because it deserved to be sat with seriously. He thought about the light of judgment, not a weapon, a clarity. Not the ability to command but the ability to see truly. He thought about a world that had been running on a false balance for 50 years, that had been protected from a threat it didn't fully understand by people who decided to protect it without telling it, and about what the right way to step into that world was, now that the false balance was gone and the real one had to be built. He thought about it until he had an answer. Then he went to meet his family. They came through the transit gate in a group, Rias first, because she was not a person who came through doors second, and Akino behind her with the fluid precision of someone who moved like a counterpoint to whatever Rias was doing. Issei behind them, looking at the underworld with wide eyes and the specific energy of someone encountering something vast for the first time and responding to the vastness with more enthusiasm than awe. Kiba and the others in the formation that was Rias's peerage, occupying their space with the quiet competence of people who had decided a long time ago that they were this group specifically and were entirely at peace with it. Naruto was waiting by the gate. Rias saw him and her composure was present and functioning and her eyes were not doing what her composure was doing, and the specific gravity that had been pulling in one direction since the rain-wet school corridor was present and pulling in exactly the same direction it had been, and he found he was glad to see her with a simplicity that had nothing strategic in it. "You said 3 days," she said. "I said maybe 4, he said. "It was 5. Things kept needing doing." She looked at him with the expression that had developed all the way from the symposium to the corridor to this moment and had become its own thing, specific and clear. "Are you well?" "Yes," he said, and meant it with everything. "The proceedings?" "Done," he said. "Or done enough. The rest is administration." He looked at the group behind her. "Issei." Issei's expression went from wide-eyed underworld processing to attention with the snap of someone whose name being said in a serious tone had trained them to respond quickly. "Yeah." "The gear," Naruto said. "Kurama wants to talk to Drake." A silence. Then Issei said, with the specific earnestness that Naruto had found immediately likable and continued to find immediately likable, "Drake talks to people." "He talks to me," Naruto said. "Through you, probably. I want you there for it, it's your gear, your conversation. But the 2 oldest things in this room should probably know each other." Issei looked at his gauntlet arm and then at Naruto with the expression of someone who had understood his situation was significant but was continuously re-encountering just how significant. "Okay," he said. "Yeah. Okay." Kurama, in Naruto's chest, produced a sound that was not quite anticipation and not quite the gravitas of an ancient being approaching a significant moment, but was somewhere between the two with a dignity he would have denied if accused of it. Graphia appeared to take charge of the logistics of the group's arrival with the efficiency that made her indispensable, and the morning moved. The gathering convened at the second bell. The symposium hall had the same configuration as the first time, the 72 pillars and their representatives filling the tiered seating, the Satan Council at the elevated positions at the far end. But the quality of the room was different from that first morning. More charged, more expectant, with the specific quality of a room that knows it is about to receive significant information and has been thinking about that knowledge since the invitation arrived. Naruto walked in with Sirzechs again. Beside him. Not behind. He took his seat, the apart seat, the separate seat, the seat that was neither elevated nor tucked away, and looked out at the room that had assessed him 9 days ago and found him variously surprising, threatening, unreadable, and worth watching. He looked different now, though he looked exactly the same. Same clothes. Same ease. Same directness in the way his eyes moved through the room. But something in the quality of his presence in the space had shifted, the way a person shifts when they've made a decision they've been building toward, when the uncertainty of formation has resolved into the clarity of conclusion. Riser Phoenix was in the same position as the first symposium. His expression when he found Naruto's was the expression he'd worn leaving the arena, not warm, not hostile, but with the specific quality of careful ongoing recalibration that was more valuable than either. Ajuka was in the front row again. He was watching Naruto with the expression he wore when something significant was about to be demonstrated and he was already several steps ahead in analyzing it. Rias was in the second tier, Akino beside her. The crimson hair bright in the hall's blue-violet fires. Her eyes found his immediately and held them for one moment, direct and unmanaged, and then moved to the front of the room with the discipline of someone in a formal setting doing their job. Sirzechs stood. He spoke clearly and without the performed grandeur that some of the formal occasions had carried, which was itself a statement. He laid out the faction, its existence, its 50-year operation, its methods and its membership as far as they had been traced. He named Zephyros. He described what had been done and what it had cost. He used no euphemisms and made no apologies for the clarity, and the room received it with the specific quality of silence that means people are genuinely listening rather than waiting for the performance to finish. When he was done he sat down, and the room stayed quiet for a moment longer than rooms usually stayed quiet after significant announcements, because what had just been said was the kind of thing that needed a breath of space before it became something people could respond to. Then Naruto stood. He'd thought about what he was going to say for 5 days. Not in the way of someone preparing a speech, he didn't do speeches, had never done speeches, would probably never do speeches. In the way of someone who knows something true and is looking for the most accurate way to say it. He looked out at the room, the 72 pillars, the Satans, the people who'd come in with positions and were going to leave with something that had at least interrogated those positions if not replaced them. He looked at all of them, and he started. 50 years ago, he said, someone decided that the best way to protect the world from a specific kind of power was to ensure that power never fully existed. They thought they were being careful. They thought they were preserving balance. He let that sit for a moment. What they actually did was ensure that the thing they were afraid of was the only thing that never had to be accountable. He paused, and the room was very quiet. Power that's hidden because it might be dangerous is exactly as dangerous as it was before it was hidden, he said. Just less visible. The faction kept the second Lucifer seat empty and called it safety. What they created was 50 years of a world operating on a lie about its own balance. He looked around the room. That's done. The seat is occupied. The sovereignty sense is active. The light of judgment is developing. He held the room's attention without effort, not because he was performing but because he was saying something he meant and people could feel the difference. I'm telling you this not so you'll be afraid of it. I'm telling you so you understand why transparency is the only thing I'm interested in. Riser was watching him with the focused, careful attention of someone running a real-time comparison between what they expected and what was actually happening. I'm not here to rule the underworld in the sense that word usually operates, Naruto said. I'm not here to make unilateral decisions about the 3 factions or to use the sovereignty sense as a mechanism of control. What I'm here to do is be exactly what I am, in a seat that needs what I am in it, and to be accountable to everyone in this room for how I use it. He paused. That means you get to argue with me. You get to challenge decisions. You get to tell me when I'm wrong, and I will be wrong sometimes. I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong again. He looked at Riser specifically for one moment. The light of judgment is not a tool for me to override your judgment with mine. It's a way of ensuring that what's true is legible. What you do with truth is still your choice. Riser's careful ongoing recalibration shifted. Something in it became less careful and more direct, the specific shift of a position being genuinely moved rather than managed. The faction's membership that we've identified includes people in this room, Naruto said, and the quality of silence became a different kind. Not the leadership. Zephyros was the senior connection, and he's in custody. But operatives, conduits, people who passed information or facilitated operations without always knowing the full scope of what they were serving. He looked out at them steadily. I'm not going to name those people today. I'm going to give them 2 weeks to come forward through Graphia's office directly. 2 weeks of voluntary disclosure, handled with discretion, that I will personally ensure is met with the kind of accountability that is proportional to involvement rather than uniform. A pause. After 2 weeks, the list of known operatives becomes public. The choice is yours. The room was very still. One more thing, Naruto said. Then I'm done. He looked at the elevated seats, at the 3 Satans beside Sirzechs, Seraphol, who had been watching him with the vivid attention of someone who had made up their mind early and was enjoying being confirmed, Falbium, who gave almost nothing away and had given away slightly more than usual today, Ajuka, who was wearing the expression he wore when something had exceeded his already substantial expectations and he was deciding how to feel about that. The underworld structure, Naruto said, is built on the 72 pillars, on the clan system, on the Satan Council. That structure has memory in it. History. Continuity of a kind that matters. He heard Riser's own argument coming back through his mouth and saw Riser's eyes sharpen with recognition. I'm not here to replace that structure with something I invented in the 5 days since I sat in the throne. I'm here to be part of it, and to ask it to be part of what I am. He held the room simply, without weight or performance. That's a conversation. Not a decree. If you want to have it, I'm available. He sat down. The room was quiet for 4 seconds. Long enough to be significant, short enough to be felt rather than awkward. Then Ajuka began to applaud. Not with the deliberate statement quality of the symposium's first morning, something more direct this time, more personal, the applause of someone who has been watching a long game and is responding to the moment it reaches its conclusion. He was smiling the inward smile, but wider than usual, wider than Naruto had seen it, the genuine version. Seraphol followed, loudly and with the specific enthusiasm she brought to everything. Falbium, after a beat, with the measured deliberateness of someone for whom the gesture was meaningful because it was not reflexive. The room came in. Not unanimously, there were holdouts, careful non-participants, people who were not yet ready to respond even if they had moved internally. That was fine. That was exactly what Naruto had said, a conversation, not a decree. But enough. Enough that the shape of the morning was clear, and the shape was different from the first symposium, was different from the arena, was different from any previous configuration of this world. It was the shape of something genuinely new. Riser did not applaud. He sat with his hands folded and his expression precise and his eyes on Naruto with the quality that had been developing since the arena, not warm, not the comfort of alliance, but the specific quality of someone who has found an adversary they respect, which was entirely different and in some ways more valuable. He gave a small nod, single and deliberate, when Naruto looked at him. Naruto returned it. After the formal session dissolved into the social hours, the same reconfiguring groups, the same careful navigation of old relationships being updated, the specific dynamics had shifted enough that the conversations Naruto found himself in felt different from the first morning. Less testing. More substantive. People asking real questions rather than questions designed to find leverage. The Agar's woman found him first and gave him 3 questions, all of them incisive, all of them about the practical mechanics of accountability. What did voluntary disclosure actually mean in procedural terms, who oversaw the proportionality of consequences, what happened if the 2-week window expired and the public list included someone with significant clan backing. He answered all 3 directly and without hedging, and she wrote nothing down this time but her eyes said she was filing everything. A clan head from the Dantalian house who hadn't spoken at either symposium came and said 7 words, the memory argument. You've been thinking about it, and then left, which told Naruto something he stored carefully. The young man from the Citri house who'd been flustered at the first symposium was significantly less flustered this time and had apparently spent the intervening days developing a specific question about how the sovereignty sense interacted with territorial boundaries, which was a good question and got a genuine answer that led to a 20-minute conversation neither of them had planned. Issei was across the room, in what appeared to be a deeply earnest conversation with Falbium Glaciolablas about something that Naruto couldn't hear from this distance but that was producing expressions on Falbium's face that Falbium probably hadn't known his face could make. Akino was watching this from 3 meters away with the golden eyes bright with amusement, and whatever she was thinking produced a small curve at the corner of her mouth that she wasn't trying to contain. Sirzechs found him in the midpoint of the social hour, appearing at his shoulder with the quiet efficiency of someone who had been waiting for a moment between other conversations. Well, Sirzechs said. Well, Naruto agreed. They stood side by side looking out at the room, the 72 pillars rearranging themselves into new configurations around the new information, the Satans navigating the social hours with their various characteristic methods, the Kuo contingent existing in the space with the comfortable ease of people who decided they belonged in it because Naruto had brought them and that was sufficient reason. Riser didn't applaud, Sirzechs said. No, Naruto said. He gave me a nod. That means more, Sirzechs said. I know. A pause. You said the light of judgment isn't a tool for overriding their judgment, Sirzechs said. His voice was thoughtful. You believe that. Yes. Even with what it can perceive. Especially with what it can perceive, Naruto said. Seeing truly doesn't give you the right to decide for people what they do with what's true. It just means you can't be lied to. He paused. Those are very different things. Sirzechs was quiet for a moment. You've thought about this carefully. 5 days in the throne room, Naruto said. I had time. What conclusion did you reach? About what kind of king you are? Naruto looked at the room, the ancient hall, the blue-violet fires, the assembled faces of a world that had been running on a false balance and was now finding its real one. The sovereignty sense ran through him, the underworld present in his awareness like a hand he was part of, its vast twilight landscape known to him in a way that was becoming more precise every day. The kind that doesn't need to be called one, he said. The kind where the seat matters because of what it does for the people in it, not what it does for the person sitting in it. He glanced at Sirzechs. The same kind you are, actually. I didn't invent this. Sirzechs looked at him with the rough voice quality, the honest one, the unmanaged one. I've been doing it alone for a long time, he said. I know, Naruto said. You're not anymore. They stood there together for a moment, the Crimson Satan and the second Lucifer heir, in a hall where the fires burned in 4 colors and the deep hum of the underworld ran through the floor with the particular warmth of something that had finally, completely, found its full expression. Rias found him after the formal gathering had fully dissolved into the estate, the Ko group migrating through the corridors with Graphia providing orientation and the general atmosphere of the afternoon transitioning from formal occasion into something more like the natural rhythm of a household at rest. She found him in the portrait gallery. He was standing in front of the red-haired figures in their frames, had walked here without entirely planning to, drawn by the same quality of recognition that had pulled him through the estate on the first night. He was looking at the woman he'd seen in the vision, the one whose portrait was 3 frames from the end, the one who had stood in the room full of blue fire and made the choice that had sent everything into motion. She was looking out of the frame with the specific quality of life that Naruto had noticed on the first night, more present than paintings, more vital, as though the vitality had been preserved along with the image. In the afternoon light from the corridor's fires she looked like herself, which was to say she looked like Sirzechs at his most genuinely present and Rias when her composure wasn't working and the particular set of Naruto's own jaw when he was paying full attention. Rias stopped beside him. Your mother, she said. Our mother, he said. She looked at the portrait for a moment with an expression that was personal in a way that had nothing political in it. I grew up knowing about her, she said quietly. She was history, to me. Significant, but, she paused. Historical. Something I had a relationship with through learning about it rather than through being part of it. And now? Naruto said. She looked at the portrait, then at him. Now I'm standing next to someone who carries her face in their jaw and her stubbornness in every single thing they do, she said, and it's not historical anymore. He looked at her sideways. That's not a complaint, she said. I know, he said. They stood in the portrait gallery in the afternoon quiet, the fires burning steadily in their sconces, the red-haired figures in their frames looking out with their preserved vitality. Outside, the underworld continued in its permanent twilight, the territories running through their various rhythms under the sovereignty sense's gentle awareness. The gathering went well, she said. Well enough, he said. The work is only starting. I know. She paused. I want to be part of it. He looked at her. The territory in Kuo, the school, the peerage, that's my work and I'm not leaving it, she said, with the directness that was simply her, the Gremory heir who actually believed in what she was doing. But what's happening here, the reconstruction after the faction, the 3 factions' real balance, whatever comes next, I want to be in it. Not as an observer. As someone who's actually present. She held his gaze steadily. That's a request, not a demand. You can tell me if it doesn't, yes, he said. She stopped. Yes, he said again, simply. Obviously yes. Obviously, she said, and something in her voice on that word had the warmth and the faint edge of someone who finds the answer both satisfying and slightly exasperating in how simple it was. "You're Gremory," Naruto said. "You're Sirzechs' sister. You have more right to be in the middle of this than almost anyone in that room today." He looked at her. "And you're good at it. I watched you manage your territory with incomplete information for 2 years without making a mistake significant enough to compromise the people depending on you. That's not a small thing." She was quiet for a moment, the composure doing its careful work and not quite keeping up. "You're very direct," she said. "You asked a direct question," he said. "Direct answer." "Most people don't do that," she said. "Most people either manage the answer or they over-explain it." "I know," he said. "I used to not do it either. Someone taught me that direct was better." "Who?" "The person I was most afraid of losing," he said. "So I stopped trying to manage what I said to them." He paused. "Saved a lot of time." She held his gaze with the specific gravity that had been pulling in one direction since the rain and was not pulling any less clearly now. "The sovereignty sense," she said. "You feel the underworld. Its territories. Its condition." "Yes." "Can you feel Kuo from here?" "Yes," he said. "Clearly. What does it feel like?" He thought about how to describe it accurately. "Like a room that's been straightened out after being a mess for a long time," he said. "The tension from the fallen angel's watch is gone. The false balance energy from the faction's presence in the territory is gone." He paused. "It feels like somewhere that's ready to be what it actually is." She looked at him with the eyes that weren't doing what her composure was doing. "That's a good description of how it feels from inside it too." He held her gaze and she held his, and the thing between them was not complicated, it was actually very simple, which was part of why it was significant, because simple things were rarer than complicated ones. "I'm going to be in the underworld most of the time," he said, because honest information was the thing that served better than managed impressions, and he'd learned that thoroughly. For a while, at least. The sovereignty sense needs to develop. The light of judgment needs time. The reconstruction after the faction is real work. He paused. "But Kuo is in the underworld's territory range. I'll know when something's wrong there." "And when something's right," she said. "That too," he said. She held that for a moment and then she did something he hadn't quite seen from her yet, not the involuntary laugh, not the bright eyes, not the directness that surprised itself. Something quieter than all of those, more settled, the specific quality of someone who has made peace with a conclusion and is now simply in it. "All right," she said, and it was the same word she'd used in the corridor when he said 3 days maybe 4, but it meant something different now, fuller, less contingent, more itself. Behind them, in the long portrait gallery, Sirzechs appeared at the far end with the quality of someone who has been doing the social duties of a formal afternoon and has finished and is looking for somewhere with fewer formal duties in it. He saw them, registered the space between them and the quality of it, and produced the fully unguarded smile, the one that had nothing political in it, the one Naruto had seen exactly twice, the one that was simply an older brother being glad. He did not come closer. He looked at the portrait of their mother and then at the two of them standing before it, and then he turned and went back the way he'd come, with the quiet particular grace of someone choosing not to interrupt something that is complete without him. Gremory, who had been 3 steps behind Sirzechs in the precise way she was always 3 steps behind Sirzechs, glanced into the gallery as she passed, observed what was observable with the efficiency of someone who misses nothing, and continued walking without breaking stride or altering her expression. Naruto heard her say, quietly, to Sirzechs in the corridor, "I'll have a room prepared for Lady Gremory." And Sirzechs' response, equally quiet, with the warmth that was becoming his natural register in the spaces that were truly private, "She already has one." "I prepared it," Gremory confirmed, 3 days ago. Naruto looked at Rias. Rias looked at him. "Does she do that for everyone?" Rias said. "I think she does it for the people who matter," Naruto said. Rias absorbed that with the expression that was simply her, the real version, the one without management. She prepared it 3 days ago, she said. Before I said anything. Yes, Naruto said. She knew. She always knows, he said. I think that's how she works. Something in Rias's expression moved through several things and landed on something that was warm and specific and had no performed quality whatsoever. I like her, she said. So do I, Naruto said. They left the portrait gallery, moving through the corridor together with the particular ease of people who have stopped needing to navigate around each other and have found a natural pace. The estate moved around them in its evening rhythms, the staff doing the invisible work of keeping a significant place functioning, the fires in their sconces burning steadily in their 4 colors. The underworld hummed below them, deep and continuous, its vast twilight landscape running through Naruto's awareness like a second heartbeat. The territories were what they were, complex, old, with their own histories and their own rhythms and the long work of rebuilding a real balance from a false one ahead of them. Kuo was there in his range, feeling like a room straightened out, feeling like somewhere ready to be what it actually was. Ahead of them was the sitting room where the fire would already be burning, where Sirzechs would already be, where the evening would continue in the way evenings continued when the day's significant work was done, not with ceremony, not with the weight of occasion, but with the specific ease of people who had come through something together and were now simply in the same space on the other side of it. Naruto had spent his whole life building toward something. Not the throne, he hadn't known about the throne. Not the underworld, not the bloodline, not the sovereignty sense or the light of judgment or any of the specific things that had come at him in the last 8 days with the sustained intensity of a world revealing itself. What he'd been building toward was this, the state of being exactly what you were, in a place that needed what you were, with the people that made the place worth being in. He'd had it before. Konoha, his people, the village he'd fought a war to protect and had been given to lead. He had it there, still had it there, it wasn't gone. And now he had it here too. The sitting room door was open. The fire was burning the amber color it burned in the evenings. Sirzechs was in one of the chairs by the fire with the ease of someone who has been performing formality all day and has taken it off at the door. Issei was on the floor, actually on the floor, sitting cross-legged, talking to Kiba about something with the earnest animation that was simply his natural register. Akino was on the window seat, and when she saw Naruto and Rias come through the door her golden eyes moved between them with the precise intelligence of someone who understood what she was seeing and had thoughts about it that she was keeping to herself with deliberate elegant care. The small girl with the first-year uniform, Kaneko, Naruto had learned, was in the corner of one of the sofas with a book, and she looked up when they entered and did not say anything, but the look she gave Naruto was the specific look of someone who was younger than most people thought and significantly sharper than most people knew and had formed an opinion that she was satisfied with. Sirzechs looked at Naruto when he came in. The unguarded smile was there, not full, not displayed, but present in the quality of his expression. Well? He said, which was what he'd said after the gathering, which was the way they'd been talking since the first night, the shorthand of people who were still learning each other's language and finding they didn't need as much of it as they'd expected. Well, Naruto said, which was his answer, which covered everything. He took a seat. Rias took the one beside him, not dramatically, just the available seat, and she was reading Akino's expression across the room with the fluency of 2 people who had shared a significant amount of life, and Akino's expression was doing the thing it had been doing all day but was not being contained as carefully as usual. And whatever was communicated between them in that exchange produced something in Rias's composure that was very close to the involuntary laugh and didn't quite become it. Outside, the underworld moved through its permanent twilight. The territories ran their rhythms. The empty throne room held its 2 warm seats and its completed carving and the deep sealed things below the dais that were no longer waiting to be given but were being given, steadily, to the bloodline that had finally come home. In the estate, in a room with amber fire and people in it who had not known each other 8 days ago, something that had been building since a disc blazed crimson gold in the palm of a Hokage who'd always known there was more to the story continued in the easy way of things that have found their form and simply are. Kurama, warm and present and thoroughly satisfied in a way he would absolutely not have described as satisfaction if asked, settled into the specific piece of an ancient thing that has witnessed the completion of something and found it sufficient. Naruto looked around the room, at his brother by the fire, at the people who'd become his people in 8 days the way people became his people, which was quickly and permanently and without either party fully noticing the moment it became irreversible, and felt exactly what he'd always felt when he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Not the weight of a crown. Just home.